to experienced, expert market participants. We will begin today with remarks from SEC Chairman Atkins. Acting CFTC Chairman Pham and SEC Commissioner Crenshaw will follow. Our first panel will lay the groundwork of historical context for our discussion today. Our second panel will provide perspective from trading platforms, followed by remarks from SEC Commissioner Ueda. Our third panel will provide perspective from market participants, and SEC Commissioner Peirce will make closing remarks. So welcome to the stage, Chairman Atkins. Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much, Jamie, and good afternoon, and thank everyone here for joining us either in person or, of course, online. But before I begin, and this will be true for everyone who speaks up here, I have to remind you that the views I express are my own and do not necessarily represent those of the Securities and Exchange Commission or my fellow commissioners. I should also like to thank Acting Chairman Pham, as well as SEC and CFTC staff for organizing this joint roundtable with a little advance notice, and of course, our stellar group of panelists for lending their time and expertise to today's program. Today, I believe, marks a turning point in the history of American financial markets. For too long, the SEC and the CFTC have operated in parallel lanes, too often in conflict with each other, leaving the American public to bear the costs of duplication, delay, and uncertainty. That era is behind us. We are charting a new course, one that will solidify America's position as the world's financial leader. Today, I look forward to hearing from industry leaders on how the two agencies can better coordinate on behalf of the American public. But let me be clear, our focus is on harmonization, not on a merger of the SEC and the CFTC, which would be up to Congress and the president to do. Fanciful talk of reorganizing the government risks distracting us from the monumental opportunity that we have in front of us. What matters is building a framework where our agencies coordinate seamlessly, reduce duplicative regulation, and give markets the clarity that they deserve. The path forward right now is collaboration, not consolidation. I look forward to working with Congress and my counterparts across the administration to ensure that the SEC and the CFTC operate in concert, side by side, hand in glove, so that American innovation and investment can thrive. Unfortunately, decades of regulatory fragmentation have innovation innovation stranded. Entrepreneurs forced to navigate two often conflicting rule books have taken their ideas overseas. Investors have been saddled with duplicative collateral requirements, locking up capital that otherwise could drive growth. America, the nation that gave the world the deepest, most dynamic markets, has watched innovation migrate abroad as our two agencies protected their turf at the expense of the American investor. This regulatory fragmentation may have been appropriate for a different era, but the complexity of today's financial markets demands a harmonized approach. Congress created the CFTC in 1974, giving it exclusive regulatory jurisdiction over commodity futures. This initiative reflected the realities of that era: distinct markets, separate participants, and clear lines between securities and commodity derivatives. But markets, like rivers, have a way of finding new channels. What were once separate streams have converged into a rushing torrent of innovation that demands a new approach. Today's torrent of financial innovation demands a unified response. We are at a crossroads. If we follow the path of our predecessors, America risks ceding leadership in the next chapter of financial history. Already, novel products have fled to foreign markets. Entrepreneurs have built offshore structures to avoid our fragmented, convoluted system. So this ends now. To achieve this ambitious vision, our two agencies must work in lockstep, to transform dual regulation from a source of confusion into a source of strength. Together, we can offer the best of both worlds: the investor protections that have defined U.S. markets, combined with an innovation-friendly approach that will keep us at the frontier of financial technology throughout the 21st century. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a new day at the SEC and the CFTC. The era of regulatory fragmentation is ending. The age of harmonized, innovation-friendly oversight is here. We stand at an inflection point. The choices that we make in the next few years will determine whether America leads the digital age or whether we watch from the sidelines as others seize the opportunities that we should be creating. And together, our two agencies will ensure that the next chapter of financial innovation is written right here in America. The winds of change are blowing. It's our task to ensure that they carry American leadership forward into new frontiers. From the buttonwood tree under which the New York Stock Exchange was started to the blockchain and beyond. It is our responsibility to ensure that all market participants, whether incumbents or new entrants, who are hungry to innovate, are not hindered by unnecessary regulatory hurdles in bringing new products and services to investors in our markets. So I'm very interested in learning from our panelists today. We first will start, as Jamie mentioned, with a discussion of how we got to where we are over the past half century, although I think I'm perhaps the only one who's been around that long in this room. Then we will delve into more specific issues regarding areas of overlapping and sometimes conflicting jurisdictions. Unfortunately, I cannot stay the whole time, but I very much look forward to your input and welcome a continuing dialogue over the months and the years as we work together. So thank you very much, and let's get to work here and learn something. Thank you very much.
Chairman Pham.
Thank you, Chairman Atkins, and to your staff for hosting the CFTC today. I want to especially thank Ileana, Phil, and Taylor from the SEC and Abigail from the CFTC for all their hard work in planning today's historic event. As you've heard, the first SEC-CFTC joint roundtable since Dodd-Frank, almost 15 years ago. I think you'll agree that that's much too long, because working together is working better. It's a new day, and the turf war is over. Can we take a moment to appreciate how far we've come under this administration? The Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Securities and Exchange Commission have a long, rich history of collaboration dating way back to the 1981 Shad-Johnson Accord, or as I like to call it, the Johnson-Shad Accord. When I was a law student intern in the Division of Enforcement, I also took GW Law's Regulation of Derivatives class from my professor, former CFTC Chairman Philip McBride Johnson. Yes, that famous Johnson. He also literally wrote the textbook on the CFTC and our jurisdiction. I often say that we have to remember where we came from to appreciate where we are going, and I'm pleased we will begin today with a panel on that shared history. Over the years, our agencies have had many opportunities to work together for our shared market participants and the benefit of our U.S. capital markets that remain the envy of the world. There's no question that because we both oversee related parts of the financial markets, the regulatory lanes for our two agencies aren't always clear or intuitive. At times, this has led to unnecessary friction between the two agencies and avoidable headaches for the market participants who depend on us. The proven way to resolve these issues is to work together. Unfortunately, in recent years, the SEC and the CFTC haven't always answered that call. Shortly after being sworn in as a CFTC commissioner in 2022, I partnered with SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce in an op-ed calling for greater collaboration among our agencies. We sought joint roundtables like the one we are holding today, or resurrection of the long-dormant CFTC-SEC Joint Advisory Committee on Emerging Regulatory Issues. Unfortunately, our recommendations at that time to collaborate and work together fell on deaf ears. In recent years, the dynamic between our agencies could be described as one of competition rather than collaboration. That is not what this administration wants. It is not what we want. And it is not the best way to serve the American people who rely on us. So I'm pleased that as two agencies, we are once again working together for the mutual benefit of our financial markets. I'm so grateful to have a colleague at the helm of the SEC committed to working in a collaborative manner to ensure we are providing the highest level of service to our markets and to the American people by aligning our regulatory frameworks and requirements wherever possible to eliminate duplicative and unnecessary requirements and burdens and to support responsible innovation. You've already seen our agencies hard at work implementing the recommendations of the President's Working Group on Digital Asset Markets through the SEC's Project Crypto and the CFTC's Crypto Sprint. But why stop there? Improved harmonization between our agencies promises to accelerate efficiencies, foster innovation, remove jurisdictional ambiguities, and enhance market access and options for customers and investors. And that's what today's roundtable is about. Imagine, if you will, that you could start over from a blank sheet of paper, that you could come up with a market structure that works best for liquidity, for capital efficiency, for volume, and for flow. And I hope that that's what we're beginning to work on with today's roundtable. What is the best, most optimized market structure for market participants, for those users that stand most to benefit from them, and most of all, for the investors? Many of the market structure innovations that we will discuss today have been live in CFTC markets for some time. 24/7 trading or extended trading hours, perpetual contracts, prediction markets, and of course, crypto assets. I'm proud of the CFTC's longstanding dual mandate to promote responsible innovation and fair competition, and I commend all the CFTC staff over the decades and CFTC former chairmen and commissioners, many of whom you'll hear from today, who have made this our tradition and our pride. Now, because we are talking about crypto assets today, I want to take a moment to dispel some of the FUD that has been raised recently about the CFTC and our operations. Let me share with you some statistics for this year. So from January 20th until September 3rd, the number of commission actions that the CFTC has held, excluding enforcement actions, is 18. 3 of those were rulemaking related, 6 were market oversight and registration matters, and the others were administrative. There were 13 enforcement actions, again, from January 20th to September 3rd. And of course, we had dozens of staff actions under my leadership as acting chairman. Now, since September 4th to the present, we have had 11 commission actions in just a couple weeks. 5 of those were rulemaking related matters, 3 market oversight and registration matters, and the rest administrative. And we have had 14 enforcement actions in just the past couple of weeks, again, under my leadership as acting chairman. Compare that to the 13 that we had from January to September 3rd. So I think you will see that the CFTC is alive and well, and there needs to be no more FUD about what's going on the other side of town. So in conclusion, our financial markets are critical to fueling America's builders, growers, and innovators that drive our economic growth and prosperity. As regulators, we must do all we can to remove unnecessary drag on our markets that impedes our chances of reaching our full economic potential. Simply by working together, we have an opportunity to bring real value to our markets and those they serve. I'm looking forward to today's panels on how we got here and how we can work together to promote platform innovation and improve opportunities for market participants and investors, while maintaining safe, reliable, and resilient markets for all market participants. Thank you.
Commissioner Crenshaw.
Good afternoon, and welcome to today's roundtable. This one on regulatory harmonization efforts between the Commission and the CFTC. Harmonization sounds like a laudable objective. This is perhaps unsurprising, since harmony is, by definition, pleasing to the human ear. To the extent that the regulatory regimes of our two agencies could be better harmonized to eliminate unnecessary dissonance while still adhering to our agency's missions and our governing statutes, great. But you have all likely heard the oft-repeated three-part mission of the Commission: to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. At the same time, the CFTC has its own mission statement: to promote the integrity, resilience, and vibrancy of the U.S. derivatives markets through sound regulation. When investigating paths forward regarding regulatory harmonization, these respective missions should be our North Star. Without that guidance, efforts to harmonize can all too easily lead us astray. For instance, to illustrate an admittedly extreme example, one way for our agencies to harmonize our approaches would be to eliminate all regulation in our respective markets. That would obviously be absurd. But I fear that less obvious absurdities might creep into our regulatory regimes if harmonization becomes the goal in and of itself. Harmonization should never supplant our agencies' respective missions and the mandates in our respective governing statutes. And it should not be used as a means to elide meaningful differences in our markets that our agencies regulate. With that in mind, I urge you to keep our statutory missions, in particular investor protection, in mind as you consider opportunities for regulatory harmonization between our agencies. Anything less would be a disservice to the markets we regulate and the investors who trust that these markets are safe for them to participate in. Thank you all for taking time to join us today. Look forward to the roundtable, and thank you for staffs for all your hard work putting this on.
So we'll call up our first panel, how we got here. Our moderator will be Chris Giancarlo, a former CFTC chairman, now a counsel at Wilkie Farr and Gallagher.
Great. Well, hello, everybody. It's good to be here. In 2017, the incoming Trump 43 administration, concerned about a lack of coordination between the CFTC and the SEC, undertook a thorough synergy analysis of what would be the opportunities and challenges of merging the CFTC and the SEC. And that the results of that analysis were reported in a Treasury report in the second half of 2017. I don't have the citation, but you're welcome to find it. We can perhaps post it later. The results of that analysis was not to merge the agencies. It found that putting the two agencies together would result in savings of, you ready? Less than $9 million. The U.S. government has spent $9 million just since we sat down here at the table. And what would have been the cost of putting the two agencies together was considered not worth the candle. The squeeze was not worth the juice, or the juice was not worth the squeeze, you might say. I remember at the time that this was ongoing, I had a conversation with Commissioner Hester Peirce, then she was not yet on the commission. And I said, what do you think of this idea of merging the two agencies? And in her classic way of being able to express a concept, an idea with a concept, she said, I don't know about merging the agencies, but maybe if they worked in the same building, it would be a good thing. Well, here we are in the same building today, talking about how these agencies can better coordinate their activities for the benefit of markets. And what we're doing, I think quite sensibly, is to begin with a little bit of oversight, because these agencies have been acting in markets for the better part of a decade in the case of the CFTC, but also its predecessor at the Agriculture Department for a long time. And the history of coordination is one that is perhaps filled with moments of real harm to markets that we're going to illustrate. And to do that, we brought together a panel, and gentlemen, with one exception, we're all gray hairs, or in my case, no hairs, which means that we've been around long enough to have a perspective on these things. So with me today are some real champions and leading lights in the field. And to my right, or is at the end of the table, is Ken Benson, President, CEO of SIFMA, representing broker-dealers, investment banks, and asset managers operating in the U.S. and abroad. Craig Lewis, the Madison S. Wigginton Professor of Finance Emeritus at Vanderbilt University's Owen School, Graduate School of Management, former Director of the Division of Economic and Risk Analysis and Chief Economist at the SEC. Scott Litvinoff is the Chief Regulatory and Product Counsel at Interactive Brokers, the publicly traded electronic securities and commodities brokerage firm. Walt Lucan runs the FIA, representing the futures, options, and cleared derivative markets. And prior to the FIA, Walt was both a commissioner and acting chair of the CFTC from 2002 to 2009. And Jim Overdahl, who advises clients in financial markets and the U.S. regulatory environment through the Delta Strategy Group. Jim served 3 years as chief economist for the SEC and 5 years as chief economist for the CFTC. What we're going to try to do is illustrate some of these past examples, but then before we leave, we'll talk about perhaps some ideas that this august group sees for better coordination before the agency. So what I'd like to do is start with Jim, perhaps. Jim, tell us a little bit about some of your experience, and specifically the Shad Johnson agreement that Acting Chair Pham referenced.
Well, thank you. And yes, it's been probably, for me, almost 40 years of working on these issues of SEC, CFTC coordination. So I've seen several efforts over the years to do this. And one that stands out was when I first arrived at the SEC as a staff economist in the 1980s, late 1980s. The issue of the day was program trading and index arbitrage. And the issue was one that emerged because there were differences in the trading structures between the Chicago Mercantile Exchange and the New York Stock Exchange, where open outcry trading at the CME resulted in prices responding very quickly to new information that then spawned index arbitrage order flow through baskets of individual stocks, component stocks of the index that went to the NYSE for execution. And of course, this large volume of one-sided order flow led to some issues at the NYSE where the specialists, and for those of you who are not old enough to remember what a specialist is, they were essentially the market makers at the designated market makers for individual stocks at the NYSE, whose mission was to have prices move continuously without large gaps, and there was a variety of ways in which they were scored, but they were to provide orderly and continuous markets. And this led to this issue of program trading and the index arbitrage that was spawned by it led to a lot of discussion between the SEC and the CFTC that was not very productive. Essentially, the CFTC and SEC had different worldviews about how markets should operate. The SEC or the CFTC viewed, I don't think they even thought there was an issue because the markets were working very well, the futures markets were working very well in responding quickly to new information, efficient price discovery, and this is exactly how markets under their view should work. Whereas at the SEC at that time, they viewed this futures-related arbitrage as an instance of the tail wagging the dog. And that was the term that was used at that time, where this order flow was viewed to have caused excessive volatility and led to a lot of discussion, unproductive discussion about volatility and how markets should operate. I remember at the time, volatility, which seemed to be the issue of the day, and people would refer to it as like cholesterol, that there's a good kind and a bad kind. And the CFTC viewed this volatility as a good kind because it was the markets doing their job of responding quickly to new information, whereas the SEC viewed it as the bad kind of cholesterol or bad kind of volatility because it was, in their view, due to it was artificially induced due to differences in market structure. And so the bottom line is, after all this discussion, that the SEC and CFTC could come to agreement on this issue. And the SEC went its own way. It blessed the rules of the NYSE that were put in place to the so-called collars to limit or restrict order entry for index arbitrage order flow, where on days in which there was a 50-point move in the Dow, up or down, that would create these restrictions on how orders were routed to the specialists. And of course, this became something that happened almost every day. It was routine. So you would hear people talk about another day, another collar, that happened almost all the time. Now, what were the consequences of this, of the inability of the SEC and CFTC to agree to an approach? We actually looked at it as economists when I was at the SEC, and we found that these restrictions did their job that the NYSE rules intended. They curtailed index arbitrage volume, but they seemed to have very little impact on the market. And the reason was because specialists could look and see what was happening at the CME, and they could incorporate that information in revising their quotes. They didn't want to be caught flat-footed. They didn't want to have stale quotes. So they were updating they didn't wait around for the arbitrager to arrive, that it was done through this informal mechanism of actually looking and seeing what was happening in the market. So I guess where I would conclude on this instance down memory lane is that the consequences of this disagreement, market forces actually carried the day and won out. And in the end, the information still was incorporated in prices in spite of all the fuss and inability to come up with a coordinated solution.
Jim, to what extent was that different a view of the role of volatility in markets perhaps due to the different orientation of the two agencies, with the SEC focused perhaps on retail more than wholesale markets, CFTC more focused on wholesale market activity rather than retail?
Well, I think that certainly would be a big part of how their worldview was established, but it also comes from their governing statutes, that the CFTC, as I see it under their statute, is focused on risk management and price discovery, whereas the CFTC, as we heard earlier, capital formation and also fair and orderly markets and investor protection. And probably the fair and orderly markets part of that was what was carrying the day in their view at that time.
Well, one of the issues that's something of a poster child for failure of cooperation between the CFTC and the SEC is a topic known as single stock futures. Perhaps you can explain to the audience what that is, because I'm sure, like some of these other issues, many people weren't around long enough, and then tell us why that was a problem.
Yeah, first off, it feels great to be on a dais at a commission event. It feels like the old days, Chris. I may not leave. So yeah, but thanks for Chair. It's right. Chair Adkins and Acting Chair Pham for organizing this. First off, I'll sort of don't want to bury the lead, but I counted since 2000 how many MOUs on harmonization there's been between the two agencies. There's been 4. I may be missing one somewhere, but there was one in 2004 around single stock futures. I signed one with Chairman Cox in 2008. Chris, you signed one in 2018, and I think the last administration signed one as well. The thing I would say is that MOUs are not enough. I mean, I think what we need to do is find some ways to structure things, to give the political will to move forward on a lot of these important issues where markets, as Chairman Atkins said, are converging like a river, a torrid river. So how do we do that? Well, I do want to talk about Shad Johnson. So the Shad Johnson Accord was, of course, the agreement between John Shad and Philip McBride Johnson in 1981. That was codified into law in 1982. Fast forward, what that did was it allowed broad-based indices, futures on broad-based indices to be under the exclusive jurisdiction of the CFTC, and it banned everything else from narrow to single for the time being. In the meantime, markets do what markets do, and they start to innovate. And then we saw overseas that the London International Financial Futures Exchange, LIFE as it's known, started to list single stock futures, not surprising. The US started to lose productivity and competitiveness. And so Congress decided in the CFMA that we needed to revisit this. And the SEC and the CFTC came back together and they came up with a structure to do this. I remember I was working in the Senate at the time. We were writing dear colleague letters. The British are coming. It was like the Ryder Cup yesterday. They were eating our lunch, so we got Congress to put into this dual regulatory structure. But it was a dual joint regulatory structure, very prescriptive in order to get the deal done, but it lifted the ban. Good news, right? And so two exchanges decided to put forward an effort to list single stock futures, NQLX and One Chicago. Quickly, there became only one exchange after the burdensome regulatory environment they faced. Fast forward, I think David Downey, who ran One Chicago for many, many years, I would get a call every couple of years. How can we fix this? The margins I'm facing are different than the margins that either futures products or even equity options products are facing. How do we resolve this? And he kept beating the drum, and we tried and we tried and we tried. Good news is the SEC I think right before the end of the last Trump administration fixed the margin issue. I think they moved it from 20% to 15%. The bad news is One Chicago went out of business a month before that. So it was too little, too late. And so, and again, if you look at where single stock futures are being traded, they're in Singapore, in London, in Germany. These things are happening right now outside of U.S. growth and productivity. So how do we fix that? The other thing I would just mention is not only that, one of the good news products is a lot of these foreign-based indices have been very successful, especially for U.S. pension funds to get exposure to foreign assets. But there is a cliff edge effect if you go from broad-based to narrow. And you're allowed to offer anybody, any customer, those products when they're broad-based, but when they flip to narrow, they have to be qualified institutional buyers. So that basically causes enormous legal uncertainty for those products, and they can flip back and forth. The Kospi 200, you would think an index with 200 stocks would be broad-based, but because of the weighting aspects of the law, there can be times when those things flip to narrow and broad. And to the credit of the SEC and the CFTC staff, they tried to figure out how we can transition these things. But there shouldn't be cliff edge effects here. There shouldn't. Look, we as regulators recognize overseas regulators all the time, mutual recognition that they have equivalent or comparable regulatory structures, but we can't seem to, across town, to recognize each other in a way that would allow us to have some seamless transitions when those things happen. So I do think there's ways to structure it moving forward. I can't wait for the dialogue to talk about what those might be.
Thanks, Walt, and we'll certainly get to that. Scott, I know an area of great concern. By the way, I should say you're the one non-gray here at the table. It's good to have you with us.
Oh, well, thank you. Very estimable group here. I don't know whether I belong in such great company, but I appreciate it.
And you've certainly been concerned with the lack of cross-margining opportunity, and so the hindrance to that. Perhaps you can speak a little bit about that.
Sure. Thanks, Chris. And thanks, Walt, actually, for the call out of One Chicago. As a former member of its board, I worked with David Downey extensively, including, sadly, in the winding down of that business. All right, but back to my topic. I've got a great example of a failure to cooperate that regularly affects the services we can offer our customers. I'm not used to doing that. My voice is so loud. The lack of the ability to cross-margin customer securities positions and commodity futures positions where appropriate. Section 713 of Dodd-Frank encourages, if not directs, the two commissions to work together to permit exactly this. Specifically, it creates Section 6DH, of the Commodities Exchange Act, which permits dual registrant broker-dealers and FCMs to carry futures and futures options and any cash or other assets posted as margin for these positions to be carried in a portfolio margin securities account, and directs the CFTC in shall consult, not may language, to work together with the SEC to adopt rules to facilitate this. In fact, FINRA Rule 4210G, which governs portfolio margin on the security side, contemplates this precise possibility and permits the carrying of, quote, related instruments, meaning index futures and options on those futures, in a security class or product group within a portfolio margin securities account. But the implementing rules of the two commissions never materialized. And we regularly get inquiries from large buy-side institutional clients about whether we can offer them cross-margining of their futures and futures options positions against their securities positions. Of course, if you have a non-customer, works differently. See people would set up these JBO relationships to do this on the prop side. But for customers, you can't do it. Because the implementing rules of the commissions never happened, our answer to them must always be no. So for example, a hedge fund might be short deep in the money XPX calls, but long E-mini S&P futures. But instead of getting reduced margin requirements and acknowledgement of their largely offsetting delta risk on the two sides of that trade, they instead have to carry their margin in gross, as if they're carrying two naked directional positions, one in their securities account and the other in their futures account. This is inefficient for these participants, requires them to waste money that could be deployed elsewhere, and ultimately is a place where right now the two commissions could still collaborate on something that Congress directed them to. Thanks.
Craig. Index products. Scott mentioned those. I know that's an issue where with real specificity, you've seen examples where the two agencies not working together has really hindered the development of new products in that asset class.
Chris, I'm going to deflect a little bit here because I think we talk a little bit more about some of the joint rulemaking that I observed while I was at the commission, if that's all right.
Please.
And the reason I want to do this is I want to stress what I believe is the importance of economic analysis in rulemaking, right? I know that Chairman Atkins is a strong proponent of rigorous economic analysis, and I'd like to give maybe an example of where I thought that really was really reflected in the ultimate outcome of one of the rulemakings. And specifically, this took place when I was at the commission, and it related to the Dodd-Frank Act. And one of the rules that I worked on was how you define a major swap market participant and what's a swap dealer. And the reason I want to bring this out is because that was a joint CFTC SEC rulemaking. And the story I'm going to tell you is one where I think Chairman Pham mentioned competition, right, among the agencies. And I believe that accurately characterized the way the interactions, at least from my perspective, during that period. At the time, Mary Shapiro was the chairman of the SEC and Gary Gensler was the chairman of the CFTC. And the issue was, how do you determine who should have to register as a major swap market participant and a dealer? And one of the things that my division did, which was the Division of Economic and Risk Analysis, is we had put together some economic analysis, just looking at who held positions, who carried flat books in this market, how large was their actual activity. And we put this analysis together. One of the things that I did when I was there is I had monthly meetings with the various commissioners as well as the chairman. And one of these meetings was with Commissioner Paredes at the time. And I brought my analysis up to Troy's office because honestly, at the time I was brand new and I wasn't really sure what these meetings were going to entail. So I thought I should bring something to talk about. And so I brought this analysis with me and I showed Troy basically this distribution of activity. And he immediately recognized the opportunity to use this analysis to rigorously define
the cutoff level, which at the time I think was about $3 billion is what we were deciding to create as a cutoff. And that's because there's a clear demarcation. If you were above that, you were probably a dealer and it was a relatively small number of participants. If you're below that, you didn't really have that much activity. But at the time, these entities were concerned that they were going to be swept up into this regulatory umbrella and have to register. And so that, I believe, Troy then took that to Mary and talked about it, and those thresholds became a big part of that. And the reason that was crucial is because that economic analysis gave the SEC the leverage it needed to really force what I believed was an economically solid quantitative solution to what at that time was simply a problem where people were trying to use ad hoc sort of ways of thinking about it. So I felt that that was a good example of how coordination, while it wasn't something that was, we weren't holding hands at the time, that coordination was really enabled by the strength of an economic analysis.
Ken, we've talked a lot about the agencies and the inability to somehow get things over the line. Is it all on the agencies for the failure in some of these areas, or is there others in the Washington ecosystem that share some of that responsibility?
Yeah, so thank you for that, and thank you for having me on the panel. It is definitely, the agencies have a responsibility, but they don't have the only responsibility here. Congress definitely has a responsibility here, and I had some experience with that in a prior life. In some cases, Congress has been pretty explicit. Walt mentioned the Commodities Futures Modernization Act. I had some experience with that legislation, and that was building on, in close coordination with the agencies, and building on the Shad-Johnson agreement. And then if you go forward and you look at Dodd-Frank, not so much. It was kind of a mixed bag. If you look at Dodd-Frank across the hundreds of rulemakings that were required in Dodd-Frank, just looking at Title VII, for instance, a handful of rules had a mandated joint rulemaking from Congress, and then a number of rules had things like, may coordinate, should consult. But those, in many respects, are kind of meaninless, in my view. That's kind of what the equivalent of what I call report language in a bill, as opposed to statutory language. Now, I'll say at the same time, I, in my prior career, was always opposed to Congress writing, rule-like text explicitly into statute, because, as we all know, it takes Congress forever to go back and change things. But at the same time, while Congress is giving latitude to the regulators, whom they created, I think they have to be very specific and very direct about what they want. So they need to specify joint rulemaking when there's gray areas between the agencies. They need to be clear about giving an allocation of jurisdiction, and avoid mays as opposed to shalls. And the other thing that I would point out is the reason for this coordination, and I'll come back at the end to talk about digital, but the reason for this coordination is very important. If you think about the way the industry looks today, and I'll step back just to add to the experience thing. When I worked on Wall Street in the 1980s, it was a very different industry than it is today. And I look across our members at SIFMA, they're in all kinds of businesses. They're in Walt's businesses. They're in Scott O'Malley, who not here today's business. The exchanges are different. So I see the folks from CBOE, CME, and it used to be the Chicago guys and the New York guys. Now the Chicago guys are in New York. It's just a different thing, and the asset classes have changed, and that's all a positive thing. And so it's important, because our regulatory agencies maybe haven't evolved as much with the structure. And I'm not going to talk about what we're not supposed to talk about, but until you merge the agriculture committees and the banking and financial services committee, things are going to stay pretty much the way they are. And so it's inherent upon Congress to give clear direction to the agencies where they need to coordinate, where they need to work in the gray areas. And it's important to the innovation industry development, because our members, Walt's members, my members, they're dealing with all these regulators. And so this is, in my view, this isn't about less regulation. This is about efficiency in regulation and the development of products. And I just close with, saying, so today, what are we dealing with, right? So now we're dealing with the digital world and how policymakers are going to address the digital world. My own personal view is absolutely policymakers need to do it, and starting with Congress. And I think they're trying to do this in the legislation they're writing, market structure legislation they're trying to do. They need to give clear direction. They need to determine who has jurisdiction for what type of product, how those products are defined, where the agencies have to coordinate, and they should be very explicit in directing the agencies to coordinate on that rulemaking.
And in the past, in the absence of that direction from Congress, what we've had is really episodic periods of coordination and also periods of rivalry and separate lane activities by the two agencies. I'll share my own view from my own time when I was chairman. As we were going through that analysis by the Treasury of the merger, then incoming Chair Clayton and I met up together and we said, look, I don't know where this analysis is going to go, but we ought to be coordinating anyway. It was toned from the top that we tried to set. And over the next several years, he and I would meet for dinner every 6 to 8 weeks. And we would often find a table in the corner, and I'd pull out an envelope on the back of which I'd written about 5 or 6 issues where my staff was telling me they weren't getting things done because the SEC was standing in the way. And sure enough, Jay would have his own list of 6 or 7 issues where the SEC was saying it was the CFTC that was the problem. And we would go through it and I'll say, Jay, you take the first 3, I'll take the next 4, you take the next 3. Let's come back in 8 weeks and see what we can get done. And we'd go and we'd meet with the staffs and they'd have all great reasons. And this is not about a lack of desire by the staff, but they'd have all great reasons why things couldn't get done. And we'd have to assert the authority of the chairman's office to push those things along. I think after about 2.5 years of those 8 weekly dinners, we got probably half those things off the list. It's not easy. And so what I'd like to turn to next as a panel is how do we take a process that when it works heretofore, it's only worked because you've had chairs and commissioners that want to see coordination, to a process that is maybe more systemic. Is there systematic? Is there a way that we can share some of our decades of experience with the chairs that are here today and the commissioners, that they can maybe turn this into something that's not a couple of dinners every couple of years by chairman, but are actually a process they can do so that this new day actually extends to tomorrow here at the commission?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, I think what you're talking about is you and Jay were putting political will behind these efforts, right? And in some ways, accountability. I think that's what needs to happen. I mean, putting something on paper every 5 years, an MOU and a desire to work together just isn't enough. And I've seen the energy peters out. I love this joint advisory committee that the agencies had coming out of Dodd-Frank. Again, it's public, it's holds people accountable. It shows political will to staff to make courageous decisions, because I don't blame staff for not wanting to take innovative risks, when your job is to do the mission of your respective agencies. So they have to have the political courage given by the Senate approved, confirmed political position. So I think starting there is there needs to be high level discussions frequently, on a schedule with timetables coming out of them. I think would be a great starting point.
I'm going to come back to you because you kicked this off here. What do you think? How do we turn this into something that's driven not only by the will of the leadership, but actually comes down deeper into the organization?
Yeah, so I agree with what both with both Walt and you said. There's if you go back to Dodd-Frank Title VII, there have been some instances where I think, the CFTC obviously was out of the chute really quickly and promulgated a bunch of rules. The SEC's a little bit slower moving along. We would say CFTC probably went a little too fast. The SEC maybe a little too slow. But in some cases, we've seen where while the rules may not be identical. It's almost better to sort of think about, okay, can we just have one rule here? And let's not let perfect be the enemy of the good. Once we've already sort of gotten there, the industry started to develop. And again, these are often the same firms that are having to do it between the FCM and the broker dealer, or the bank, wherever. And so I think there's probably some low hanging fruit that the agencies can find where they can collaborate. I would, and you're getting, stakeholders are weighing in here. And so I would take advantage of that. The second would be that, this is, again, I don't want to keep putting pressure on Congress, but I have a lot of respect for the institution, but they have a job to do here as well. They need to go through their oversight function and sort of say, where are you? We wrote this law 15 years ago. Where are you on your implementation? Why is it taking so long? And that's where they can, the whole Senate confirmed they can put some pressure.
Jim, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I agree with what Ken said, that Congress certainly has a role. And I think that's been, in my experience, where these harmonization efforts in the past have faltered is lack of authority. And it has to be more than good intentions and creating kumbaya moments. It's got to be actual authority to implement whatever is agreed to. And Shad Johnson might be a good example where the two chairmen came together, ironed out an issue, but then Congress confirmed it later and give it that authority. And I was pleased to see in the joint statement of the commissions about this roundtable and about harmonization in general, that there was a lot of thought about using existing authority, exemptive authority, and rulemaking authority, things that are clearly within their ability to create a sustained, permanent solution to an issue. But then the other thing I think I've learned from my experience watching this is that there's a lot of clever people out there in the market that are always going to be looking for ways to innovate around existing barriers, and we should expect that. And we should not expect that anything we do is going to be a permanent solution, that it's going to have to be an ongoing relationship. And I guess the final thing I would say, I think we heard earlier today about put the two agencies in the same building, or at least the same part of town. I think there could be staff interactions, detail assignments, a swap of staff so people can see what the authorities are that in the two agencies, and work, and just more collaboration that way.
Actually, I think you make an excellent point with that. One of the frustrations I had as chair is when I would go to our staff and say, okay, the SEC, we need to resolve this. What's the issue? Our staff would have a really good reason why they disagreed with the SEC. And Clayton would go and tell me that his guys had a really good reason why they disagree. And short of just flipping a coin, I really wanted to get the staffs to work together to see if they could find some common ground. And part of the problem is if you only have the touch points at the commission level and you don't have those touch points deeper down in the staff, if they don't see their peers at the other agency as peers, but they see them as competitors, then it's really hard to get that harmony. It's really hard to get that compromise. Craig, I want to turn to you because you've worked in the belly of the beast. Are there ways that in this new era of cooperation, the staffs can, short of being in the same building or in the same part of town, is there ways that the staffs can come together? And as an economist, I often know, I love economists, but every time I ask one, they have a different view than the other, which is part of the discipline. I get it. But is there a way that staffs can work together and perhaps see how if nothing else, see how the other side sees the world?
So in my experience, the staff views the chairman as their ultimate boss, their director, and then their chairman. They're going to take direction from the top. And so as long as the chairs have mutually agreed, sort of views on how the world should work, that is the way you get the staff to cooperate. As long as they both know they're going to be held accountable to their superiors for what happens, I think it naturally takes care of itself. The one thing that I thought was fairly effective, and Ken had mentioned more congressional oversight. I think identifying issues that are where there's sort of joint, where sort of overlap, bringing the chairman to a hearing and forcing them to talk about what they're doing. Why aren't they making progress? What's the timeline? I think those are very effective at motivating the chairs. I don't know about you personally, but I've experienced it and seen it firsthand.
That's a great point. And Scott, I want to come to you because even before you work at Interactive Brokers, you've been in the industry, you've represented clients. Is there a role for advisory committees? Is there a role for task forces here to help the harmonization effort? And is there a role perhaps for the industry through those task forces, through those advisory committees, to really bring to the attention of the commissions where the lack of harmonization is interfering with good market health and good market vibrancy?
Thanks, Chris. I mean, I think that's a great question. I think the answer obviously is yes, that advisory committees and task forces that bring in market participants are always helpful. I think it's always good for the commissioners and the staff really to have more direct interaction with market participants who are on the ground, involved in markets on a day-to-day basis. And obviously, there are many members of the staff who may have only ever worked in government, never have worked at market participants, and therefore don't have that same visibility into how things really work that they might have if they had been on both sides of the fence.
Right. Well, we're going to go to our wrap up here. Perhaps I would like to just ask some advice for, we have commissioners in the audience, we have former commissioners, we have the industry here. Is there some general advice, I'll start with you, Jim, that you could give as this new day dawns between the two agencies?
Start with what you can do. Baby steps might be the way to go to kick things off.
No, I think if these efforts can lead to safe harbors, developing safe harbors that prevent these type of cliff edge effects, expedited approval for common industry initiatives like portfolio margining, for example. We have the Treasury market clearing mandate coming into effect in a few years. It's not economical unless we get portfolio margining for those products. That has to be done. Are there ways to expedite these processes, especially digital assets with digital asset ETFs coming on board? There's going to be more and more cross-margining need going into the future. So expedited approvals there. And I agree with Jim on the cross-training between agencies. Secondments, if send staff over, there's just certain things you don't understand until you're in the building breaking bread with fellow staff members. I think that'd be incredibly helpful.
Scott.
For once, I'll turn on my microphone. Look, I don't have the inside baseball experience of my far more estimable colleagues on this panel who have experience at the senior staff or commissioner level at one or both agencies. So I'll simply say that if you look at the history of financial market failures, so many of them are punctuated by places where, because of lack of cooperation or lack of congressional direction, there was simply no regulation in an area of the markets. And without going through the whole litany of it, Jim talked about Black Monday in 1987. There's the collapse of long-term capital management in 1998, which had, with $5 billion in equity, a nearly $1 trillion swap book because swaps were unregulated and there was no requirement for capital to be held against them. The 2008 financial crisis, obviously, where uncollateralized OTC swap obligations became millstones around some banks' necks. And most recently, in the growth of crypto, where the lack of a sensible plan of federal regulation left market participants faced with regulatory uncertainty on the federal front and a patchwork of state-by-state regulation as a baseline. So in light of that, I think the best thing I can do here is to just encourage the staff and commissioners of both agencies and Congress as well to consider carefully the thoughts shared at the Roundtable and to strive to work together productively for the next 4 years and beyond for the benefit of the U.S. markets and the nation's economy as a whole.
Well said, with the exception that the crypto structure worked at the CFTC, but that's a partisan approach.
I agree with that. Thank you.
Craig.
I guess I had to offer some advice. I would say take inventory of the things where you believe there are problems right now, where you could cooperate and move forward. Prioritize those and then start to work on the things that matter the most.
Well said. And Ken?
I agree with everything that's been said. The only other thing I would add is I really would leverage the advisory councils bringing in the industry. I appreciate the fact that sometimes we feel like we're always complaining and we don't like what the rules or proposals that are being put out there. Maybe there's some truth to that. But I think having the back and forth and engagement can be beneficial. It's beneficial to the industry. I think it can be beneficial to the agencies as well, of talking to market participants of how we're dealing with these rules, how these products are being developed, what works and what doesn't work for us. And I think it'll be better informed in the process.
And I want to echo that. I think, as a former chairman, if the industry regularly met with the agencies and said, your lack of cooperation on this issue is harming the market, I think that's a message that needs to be heard, needs to be stated. So I think that would be great. Can I ask you all to please join me in a round of applause for this great panel?
So thank you, Chris. Thank you, panelists. Fantastic discussion. Ken mentioned the notion of industry input. We can start now. So harmonization at sec.gov is open for feedback on any of the topics we've talked about just now, or we'll talk about later, or anything else on the public's mind. So we're going to take a break. I'll be back here at 2:10 for our second panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 2:05. We will begin at 2:10. Again, we will begin at 2:10. Thank you.
Hi, can we have the panelists for second act up here, please?
Good afternoon. The time is 2:08. The time is 2:08. We will begin in 2 minutes. Please make your way to the auditorium and have your seats, please. Thank you.
Panelists, please report. All right, everyone. For our second panel, we're going to hear from the platforms. In the spirit of agency collaboration, my partner and lead moderator here is Jill Summers, former CFTC commissioner. So Jill, take us away.
Great. Thank you, Jamie. Thanks to the CFTC and SEC staff that have worked hard to make this roundtable possible today. I think it's an incredible opportunity that we have today to talk about issues of harmonization. And obviously, the importance of the issues to the markets is demonstrated by the caliber of participants that we have here today. I'm going to jump right in to our agenda today because we don't have a lot of time. We have a lot of important issues, and I think probably everyone up here has a lot to say on all of these issues. We're going to jump right in with regulatory structures. As everyone here today knows, the U.S. has a unique regulatory structure for oversight of securities and commodity derivatives markets. We would like to discuss how the different statutes create challenges to harmonization and to streamlining the process for coordination between the two market regulators. And I'm going to kick this off with Jeff Sprecher from ICE.
Thank you, I guess. First of all, I want to commend Chair and Acting Chair for pulling this group together and for the staff that actually had to do all the hard work. And thank you, Commissioner Summers, for hosting. By way of background, my company owns multiple U.S. securities exchanges, multiple U.S. options exchanges, a designated commodity marketplace, a designated clearing organization, a securities clearinghouse, multiple foreign boards of trade, multiple foreign clearing organizations, a CEF, multiple ATSs, a broker-dealer, a swaps data repository, and a custodial trust, all of which are some way, shape, or form regulated by the SEC, CFTC, or with foreign regulators in collaboration with the agencies. So we deal with a lot of interagency differences. What I really, the gist of I think my company's comments are that not only has it been hard to work interagency in past administrations, it's been very difficult even within the agencies to have consistency between market participants. For example, many people don't realize that the U.S. security exchanges are not able to trade in notional value, which is what many market participants want to trade in today, because it requires that we have fractional shares and sub-penny pricing, which we're not allowed to do. The securities exchanges are required to clear through DTCC, which offers T+1 day settlement for cash instruments, and only during U.S. banking hours, requiring that the exchanges operate essentially in U.S. banking hours. There's no such thing as NYSE Direct because it's not allowed for a market participant to trade directly on a securities exchange. You must be a FINRA regulated broker dealer. There are no exchange owned or affiliated market makers or trading arms to help launch new products because that's not allowed. There is no access directly to the clearinghouses by retail or market participants that want to use margin. So much of the innovation that's happened in my mind that's I think at the root of stimulating this well received conversation that we're having between agencies is that the innovation has been happening around DeFi, around blockchain, around tokenization. And entrepreneurs, like Shane and Tariq, who have started relatively new marketplaces, have been able to use those technologies to overcome some of the regulatory hurdles that I'm mentioning to you. And I would say both gentlemen have gone through significant personal sacrifice to get to where they are today, and sacrifice that the public exchanges up here couldn't tolerate. We cannot tolerate receiving a Wells notice. We cannot tolerate the FBI showing up in senior executives' homes, and because our shareholders will not allow that. So I hope that not only can we find ways of harmonizing the CFTC and SEC, but across those two jurisdictions, we find ways of harmonizing all the different innovative technologies and exchange ideas that are going on within the space.
Thank you, Jeff. I think it's important to sort of level set with those types of comments, and I'm sure others at the table can chime in. Adina, if you'd like to chime in as well.
Sure, thank you. Well, I would say that, Jeff, that was an excellent start and, nice and fiery start to get us going. But I would agree with what Jeff has said. I think that it is interesting to see how market structure in the U.S. security space has really been calcified, I would say, for the last 20 years with Reg NMS. So it's a very, very, very distinct and very structured regulatory landscape. Yet within other parts of the regulatory apparatus, it allows for a lot more flexibility. So it would be nice to see some harmonization. And I think that what we would strongly encourage is a concerted effort across the agencies to come up with clear outcome-oriented regulatory framework that is harmonized across the agencies. One concept that we have is the idea of having both agencies come up with what we would call a platform construct, so that we would have a similar regulatory oversight of a platform, regardless of what asset class is traded on it. And then each of the agencies would have specific product-based regulatory oversight over specific asset classes and products to, as to whether or not they're securities or commodity futures. So it is, I think there's a way to do this to create harmonization to allow for more flexibility of the platforms themselves to have different opportunities to engage, to innovate, to experiment, but then also still have oversight over the securities that you are in fact, or the asset classes you're in fact tasked with. The second is to really create that level playing field. Whether you're an established exchange, as Jeff had mentioned, established exchanges have a lot of restrictions on them versus new entrants. So how can we create a level competitive playing field so that we all have an opportunity to innovate? I mean, this is like a seminal moment. I've been in the industry for 32 years. This is a seminal moment for the two agencies to come together and actually start having these conversations in earnest. So we're very excited about it. We do want to make sure that investor protection stays first and foremost in the minds of all of us as we are structuring these opportunities to work together. But if we can do this in an innovative way with obviously all the technology that's available to us today, we think that we can do a lot of great things together. I'll give you one example where we're just finding we're stuck between the regulators today. And it's a good tangible example of why we need to find better harmonization. We've been asking for several months now to approve something called the NASDAQ Bitcoin options. It's called NASDAQ Bitcoin Index options. But it is essentially, think about it as a security, as an option on a commodity. And I think the challenge has been getting the two regulators to figure out how to harmonize and work through the issues of allowing a security on a commodity to trade on a securities exchange. And we are just finding we love the idea of this task force being formed to find our path forward for something like that. That's a real innovation that investors want and are demanding, is not going to introduce undue risk, but is something that's just falling in between the two regulators. So excited to have this engagement, and thank you very much for bringing us all together.
I encourage anybody else, if you have comments on this topic, to jump in. If anybody else wants to address any of the topics on the regulatory structures, if Terry or Craig.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this. Thank our hosts and thank our fellow panelists. Jeff, you mentioned they've had to endure FBI raids and Wells notices, but you forgot to mention they had to wear ties today, which is equally oppressive, and we should find a solution to that. But I thought I would just weigh in a little bit on, some of the things that have been talked about in the prior panel and that we'll be talking about here. We continue to see amazing innovation in our markets, not just product innovation, but innovation in market structures, innovation and technology applications that are used by market participants to interface in our markets. And, to the comments that were made on the prior panel, for those of us that have been in the industry for 35 plus years, these are not new issues. These difficult jurisdictional questions are ones that have always been around, and I'm afraid they'll just accelerate now, given the pace of innovation and change that we see in the external landscape around us. But I do have some specific suggestions, and I do think that it's very important for the two agencies to act more quickly and to speak with one voice on jurisdictional questions related to product innovation. And I think part of what could be done is to also place more responsibility on registrants to actually articulate both legally and economically why their product belongs being subject to the CFTC's jurisdiction or the SEC's jurisdiction. And I think, while there are review processes that each agency has, if there could be established a joint process that is expeditious and results in an earlier outcome for market participants, that would certainly be very beneficial to allowing people to keep innovating, bringing new products to market. But I don't think it can be done episodically. It has to be something where people can bring that to the attention of the two agencies. The two agencies could perhaps have a joint adjudication process, and also one that's just done more quickly without extensions and without half-year reviews. So I'd love to see something like that happen. Unfortunately, in the past, we've had the issues with commodity-based ETFs, the spikes volatility products, and oftentimes those things only get resolved after litigation, which is way beyond when it should have been rectified. And so, looking at those issues is very important. Obviously, as Ken Benson talked about, we live in a world where we have congressional grants of jurisdiction. Those are not likely to change, but we see security-based products that are being traded as though they were futures and subject to CFTC jurisdiction. So we have event contracts, for example, that are on pace to trade probably more than 100 million contracts in 2025 that are based on the S&P 500. It's hard to reconcile how those are not, both in legal definition and also economically, a security product that belongs on a SEC regulated exchange. Those are the kind of issues that need to be more promptly adjudicated by the two commissions.
It's a good point, and one that we have talked about, where there are several areas actually in statute where the agencies are given joint jurisdiction. And the previous panel talked a little bit about how that worked out with single stock futures. It's not always a seamless process, and it's usually not successful outcomes for different market participants. So those kinds of suggestions on how the agencies can work together are certainly welcome. And basically that's what this roundtable is about. Terry, do you have any comments on the joint jurisdiction?
Well, on a joint jurisdiction, it seems like it has never worked, for starters. And I think I agree with some of my colleagues here. We need more clarity. And I think that the agencies themselves, and I know Jeff feels passionate about this because I heard you're on the call the other day, that, in order to get efficiencies throughout organizations, we need efficiencies within our own regulators. So once we can get a streamlined process where we all know the rules of the road, it will be much easier for the participants. I think the worst thing to have happen, Craig kind of touched on this a little bit, is to allow a product out the gate and then have the participants going at it in a certain direction. And then all of a sudden there's a change either at the regulator or somewhere else where they have to pull back, relocate, bring it into a different regulatory environment. It's very disruptive for innovation. You talk about some of the folks up here that are innovating products. It is truly essential that we continue to innovate new product, but at the same time, if the participants do not understand what the regs are associated with it and they change from one reg to another. Give you an example. One-day self-certification is a great example of this. One-day self-certification is not an approval. One-day self-certification is not an objection. There's two different things from that. And so a lot of the people who are participating in products don't understand that. So if we want our markets to grow, to become more efficient, you better make sure the participants understand that as much as the agencies do, as much as the institutions and the platforms do. So that's kind of how I look at it, Jill. I really think that harmonization is a really nice word to have. Efficiencies is a great word to have for your shareholders. But in order to have innovation and make it not one step forward, two steps back, and continue to go forward, is to give clarity to the participants. And I think that we've missed that to a great degree. Craig touched on a little bit with certain products that he feels that are securitized, not commodity type products. And you can have that debate, but we should have it before we get the product launched. It seems like a little bit of a ready, fire, aim strategy than a ready, aim, fire strategy.
So the product approval process is definitely one of the ones that I think is ripe for us to talk about today. And so I invite any of the platforms to talk about what you think the pros and cons of the approval process is.
I'll take this one. First of all, thank you, Chairman Atkins, and thank you, Chairman Pham, for your leadership and for having us today. It is really refreshing and inspiring to see how far we've come in terms of regulators willing to have us here, willing to have us engage. And I'm extremely optimistic about this effort and look forward to today's first step. I'm Tariq, I'm CEO and co-founder of Kalshi, the world's leading prediction market. Kalshi got set up in 2019. We spent years getting prediction markets approved by the CFTC. Got the DCM in 2020, unanimous approval, and we operated the exchange for a few years in what I would call, and I'm being coy here, a harsh regulatory environment for prediction markets. That environment ended up with us suing the CFTC, our primary regulator, and we did prevail last year. Thanks to this lawsuit, in some ways, prediction markets have gone, I would say, more legal, regulated, and mainstream in the U.S. And there's kind of a new category being established as a new financial instrument that we're very excited about. Kalshi oversees more than 4 million retail participants today, and a large ecosystem of market makers and financial brokers. And today we're doing around 40 billion of annualized volume and becoming a meaningful player in the retail derivatives markets. I'm taking this question because it's a very relevant question to us. So over the last 4 years, so we've listed the most number, I think the largest number of markets in the industry. So in 2021, we did 124 markets, 22, 90, 23, 133, 2024, 687, and 2025, we're at 1,364. I think we're probably on track for 2,000 this year. We're trying to push 3,000, but we'll see. The thing that's interesting here is, in 2020, when we sort of in 2019 actually start approaching the CFTC about prediction markets, I mean, this was a very bizarre niche corner of the internet. We were really people looked at this as a very small part of markets. And it was also a time where retail was not I would say, it was an important part of markets, but not what we're talking about today, not the sort of scale, unprecedented scale that we're looking at today. I think we have come a long way, obviously, both prediction markets, but I would say even more importantly, retail derivatives, broadly speaking. And, there's kind of an umbrella, I would say, for these products now to progress and thrive within the CFTC's umbrella. But as we sort of think about the next frontier, for us, I mean, I think I do agree with you. I think security adjacent products and then even sort of security futures become sort of a priority given the sort of size of the markets and the interest in retail, for retail. Obviously, there's also the rise of perpetuals, which is another sort of question. And I think there's sort of three sort of pertinent issues that sort of holds back innovation today. One is there's legal uncertainty, which is much more difficult for you guys than it is for us. That's a fact. But in many ways, even for us, it does force innovators to be making educated guesses about which laws applies, and which basically makes it hard to have a compliance-first approach. And as a company that's really focused on regulatory-first approach, it has been historically hard to operate in areas of uncertainty. And often what happens is, if you go to agencies, we get long answers, and the agencies often disagree. So what companies are left with is sort of waiting for regulatory clarity, where some of the innovation is pushed offshore, which is not ideal for America. We hope that the sort of harmonization effort does disentangle some of these disagreements in the rules or interpretation of the rules. On the approvals piece specifically, SEC regulation, like Terry said, is an approvals process. The approval process, though, does take 240 days, I think, for a lot of the products, which is a very onerous product for a world where retail is asking for increasingly more dynamic products. They want things on a monthly, weekly, sometimes daily, sometimes even hourly basis. People look at something on Twitter for an hour and then they forget it, and then they look at the next thing. So the world is evolving, and in some ways we need sort of some of these rules to evolve. So we are obviously big fans of self-certification as a company. The last piece I'll touch on is direct access. I do think today there's a little bit of a disparate treatment. On the CFTC, there is direct access. On the SEC, there is not. Direct access is important when it comes to retail. And, in some ways, you guys are hampered without sort of the existence of direct access. So we're excited about the harmonization effort to figure out ways of enabling direct access on the SEC front, whether it's rulemaking or exemptions for limited sets of contracts. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments on the actual approval process?
I mean, an integral part of the approval process is figuring out the cross margining often, and historically, the cross margining issue has taken forever, or in many cases not been approved. So right now we're moving towards cleared repo, and it's essential that the cleared repo for treasuries get at the DTCC, FICC gets cross margining with treasury futures on CME, for instance. And I think obviously there are different bankruptcy regimes, which complicates the topic, but these are generally professional market participants that are comfortable. If they say they want to sign up for cross margining and therefore they're subject to the CFTC regime, I don't think that it's appropriate for the government to tell them that that's not safe enough for them.
Jill, if I could just add, I think the two product approval processes at the two agencies could not be more different. And I think if there's an area that really needs to be harmonized, it really would be that process between the two agencies. The process under SEC Rule 19b-4 is exceedingly burdensome and lengthy. The more principles-based approach at the CFTC has always been, I think, much better, although I'm going to agree with Terry that I think it's gotten maybe taken too far and abused in some cases. And so I feel a little bit like Goldilocks, which is one is way too much and way too cumbersome and way too impeding of innovation and progress and bringing things to market. And the other one is kind of like the wild, wild west with no speed bumps, no checks and balances. I'm not even sure anybody even looks at them. And so if we could just find a way to harmonize the two processes, and I think it's really important because to the credit of, some of the, newer organizations on this panel, there's a lot of interesting innovation that's happening, and we want that to happen. But what we don't want is we don't want people to design products to take advantage of what could be perceived as an easier system. We want people to design products that have utility and merit to market participants and customers, and not to sort of design them to sort of fit within one structure. Like many of the other large exchanges here, we operate, in both areas. And a lot of the type of products that we innovate are at the intersection of the heart of this very problem. So if we could try to figure out a way to actually structurally address that through harmonization, simplification, and just strike the right balance between, not impeding progress, but at the same time, not impeding, people's ability to actually bring products to market.
Yes, of course.
I think the sort of the biggest issue that I look at is like, how do we just learn from the past? You take a look at like Dodd-Frank and what we went through, and I guess what we're still going through today. And then the sort of second notion on that is, we're cracking, we operate globally. I guess we're technically not registered in the US yet, but Australia, Canada, UK, Europe, and now even parts of most of Asia have already kind of figured this out. And we're playing catch up a lot. And so most of the innovation is continuing to happen outside. They have their innovation exemption sort of rules already started, which is, it's hilarious that out of all the countries or regions that have already started to innovate is Europe. We kind of make fun of them, but they're ahead of us. And so, we're talking about token classification. What do we do? Market structure, restrictions, and then what are the type of assets that are going to be classified under those tokens? Outside of meme coins, BTC, ETH, and how we think of traditional commodities. But just having utmost clarity so that we can start thinking about cross margin, so that we can start thinking about how do we think about adding a security on top of a commodity, which could be a token. If we have clarity, we can actually innovate. It's hard to innovate if there's no clarity whatsoever. And so my biggest fear is that we just continue to see rapid acceleration, rapid innovation outside the United States. As a company, we've already been forced to build outside the United States, where tokenized equities is already launched, rest of the world and in Europe. We don't have any clarity here in the US yet. We're still talking to the SEC, and of course, we're in a sort of a new world, but as the world moves forward, we're still moving backwards.
Yeah, I think those are all really good points and takes us kind of into talking about these exact same issues, product approvals, and how the agencies deal with these different kinds of products, defining them, and whether or not it's appropriate to consider exemptive authorities. So does anyone have comments on where the agencies could go with with authorities that are to some extent already granted to them in Dodd-Frank, and how they could use the exemptive authority to move forward with these things? Adina?
So you're talking about innovation exemptions and other things like that?
Yes.
So first of all, I agree with Craig very much on how he defined the Goldilocks situation. But having spent my life under the jurisdiction of the SEC, I only wish that we had the CFTC as an opportunity to, I'm sorry. But, in terms of being able to launch new products, self-certification sounds pretty good.
Adina's going to have to wear a tie next week.
But it is interesting to hear. I agree with that in terms of striking the balance. In terms of innovation exemptions, it is important for the to remain competitive in the global capital markets. And I think that Arjun really described it well, that we have the deepest, most innovative, most interesting capital markets in the world. And we are the envy of the world. We provide technology to 130 other markets around the world. And it is remarkable at how much they ask us, how do we create the magic that sits inside the United States? And so we want to make sure we remain there. I mean, that should be our goal as regulators, as platforms, as legislators, I think, to make sure that we maintain that. At the same time, I think part of the reason why our markets are so strong is because we really do focus on investor protection as one of the core tenets of what our role is, both as platforms and as regulators. And so as we think about innovation exemptions, I think we have to first start with the North Star of the investor. What is actually going to provide a new benefit and opportunity for investors, but also be cognizant of the protections we have to put in place. And yes, we are very pleased to have the retail engagement that we have in our markets today. It's really remarkable, and it's drawn a lot of growth. But we also have to make sure that we think about, as we bring these innovation exemptions, that we don't do it just to support a certain business model or a certain, innovation for innovation's sake, but we're actually bringing something that we think will benefit investors. And we would ask that the regulators work together to think about that as a core tenet of this task force. We also think that we have to be careful that it isn't a way around a rule. Rules exist for a reason. Now, some of them may have outlived their purpose. Some of them may be that we have to really rethink the rule itself. But, and we do use pilots and other mechanisms within the SEC to try to drive some innovation. But if you're innovating just to skirt around a rule that exists, let's make sure we understand maybe we should change the rule as opposed to just allowing an exemption. And then the last thing is, of course, with exemptions, as a platform, and Jeff described it well, as a securities market, we cannot operate an ATS that's not considered an exchange. ATSs have to be considered a facility of the exchange, which essentially makes it so we can't really run an innovation ATS. We'd like to have that flexibility. So there are some things that would be really, I think, game-changing in our ability to innovate. But I would only ask that we do that in the construct of, why does the rule exist? Should it be repealed? If a rule exists for a certain asset class but not for another, why is that the case? And then allow for those exemptions to occur for the benefit of investors and not just for the benefit of the platforms.
Great. I want to make sure that I ask Shane if he has any comments about whether it's on the product approval part or the innovation exemptions and how that would affect your platform.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me. To Chair Atkins and Acting Chair Pham, it means a lot. I was worried when I showed up here, they were going to whisk me away to another room. I'm glad I'm here. So I'm CEO of Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market. Some of you guys may have seen it. You've maybe seen the odds. It is built on a blockchain. As we are all very familiar, once you build something on a blockchain, it's very difficult to map that to the existing regulatory matrix. And I think that's where exemptive authority comes in. And obviously, you know, as much as there's willingness and sort of openness to do it in terms of some of the speeches that the regulators have been, that have given, it is very difficult to go and map building an on-chain product, a DeFi product, into the existing regulatory matrix. So we recently acquired a company called QCX, which you know, now we own a DCM and a DCO, which is a great first step. But there are a lot of benefits to building on-chain. There's transparency, there's composability, interoperability, among others. And, you know, very luckily, like companies like Polymarket have gotten to the scale where we can really invest in GR and regulatory and compliance and being creative. And, you know, I think that it's pretty clear with this administration that we want the regulators to cultivate DeFi. But at the same time, you know, where exemptive authority comes in, the innovators know about, okay, how can we go and build this? How can we go and implement a smart contract that provides us investor protection a lot better than any regulator is going to know, obviously. And I think that puts the onus on players like us and other players in the space to go and get inventive, do what we do best, be innovative, and come up with solutions that both embody the sort of spirit of the rules that you see in traditional financial regulation, whether that be with the CFTC, the SEC, with what's capable of the technology, so that you can come up with, hey, we can abide by this, but this is going to be impossible or very difficult to go and map from a smart contract-based architecture to sort of the architectures that are applicable to the existing regulatory matrix. So I think that that's something that is sort of the solution if we want to go and bring on-chain finance into the States. But I think it starts with collaboration, people on both sides of the aisle talking with each other, coming up with ideas. And one of the reasons we're here, so grateful to be here, is you know, we're ready to have those conversations.
Let me just jump in for a second. I know Jeff and Adina can handle themselves, but I really like to understand why that when innovation becomes an exemption, which is essentially the same products that core institutions have been trading for years, they're just lookalikes with a different name to them, that they would be exempt and core institutions would not be allowed to do the same exact thing. Or if they are, it's definitely not on the same exact timeline. And if you're not first to market, you might as well not go to market because you're never going to be successful. So I appreciate the innovation up on this panel, and I think it's critical to the future. But you cannot have a double standard, whether it's in derivatives or securities. You have to have a single standard. So when we talk about these innovation exemptions, a lot of them are just the exact same products that are being traded today under a different name, under a different regulatory regime. Maybe you can't make it fit on the blockchain, but that's not the problem of the core institutions that have been doing business forever. Allow us to do it just as well on the same speed. So I really think it's important that we have a level playing field, whatever it is. I always have said, I will play on any regulatory platform you want. Adina said she wants to be registered by the CFTC. I had an application that Craig is well aware of from 2015 that sat at the SEC for securities clearing for 6 years, and I pulled it. 6 years. I mean, how is that speed to market when other people want to do things overnight or on a one-day self-cert, whatever the case may be? We need to have a level playing field. So if you want to talk about harmonization, you cannot take away this innovation exemption and say, that's okay, but let's have harmonization against everybody else. So I think it's really important to level set that. Love innovation, love it. Can't go forward. I just did the deal with FanDuel. As you know, I'm all in on this stuff. At the same time, you can't exclude incumbent players in a different way.
Yeah. I totally hear you. I think if you take a step back, right, so the regulatory agencies have exemptive authority, and the admin has made it clear that they want to win in decentralized finance. They want to win on blockchain. And really, you're at a fork in the road where, hey, I can either go and wait and lobby and do rulemakings for 5 years while everything happens offshore, and we're left with consumers having to you know, work with guys like you who are a lot older, may not, with all due respect, but may not understand. May not understand the demand. Yeah, they may not understand the demand of modern day investors, right? So, you know, if you put those two things together, right, like, you know, it's like, do we want to get left behind, right? So I'm not here advocating for, hey, give us a free pass to go and compete in a way that the CME cannot. I think that if you want young entrepreneurs to pursue the American dream, to innovate in American finance and build products that can be competitive on a global scale as well as in America, it's net negative to go and from a regulatory perspective drive that offshore. So I think that, and just to round that out, I'm not saying, hey, go and let people do whatever. I'm saying, it's going to take people like Polymarket and other sort of players in decentralized finance to go and be thoughtful about, hey, this is something that we can comply with, and this is something that, given the architecture, is something that needs exemptive authority. So I'm not asking for blanket approval, but when there's new technological innovation, when there's disruption, when there's paradigm shifts, the American way is to go and embrace that, as opposed to wait years for it to play out. And I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I just want to state for the record that if Shane winds up in a room, it may not be the government, maybe some folks from Chicago.
That's usually the way it works, Jamie.
If you guys can't find me after this, someone call my lawyer.
I just want to add to that, because I very much agree with both Terry and Adina, but I just want to say, we're not lacking for innovation. We have the most innovative financial markets in the world. Name one that is more innovative than us, and we've never really lost.
We're losing right now.
But we're not anti-innovation. But the point that Adina made is a good one, which is, you could look at Reg ATS 20 plus years ago as a type of exemption. Okay. And it had all the best intentions, right? It was going to reduce effective spreads. It was going to create growth and more efficiency in securities markets. And yet here you have today, not to speak for Jeff and Adina, but I think you'll agree with me, we're trapped in the old paradigm. We can't actually compete in what is now the majority of trading activity in cash equity securities in the world's largest cash equity securities market. We can't do it, because we're in the exchange paradigm. And so that is the falsity of innovation exemptions. And Terry said it perfectly right. If you're going to do it, it has to be for everybody. It can't just be for the new people doing new things. We're all doing new things every day. So we want to join you in that. If there's an opportunity to be more successful, let's all have at it. We'll all be great competitors. We'll all be great innovators. But it shouldn't be that we're trapped in the old paradigm and there's an exemption where everybody can do whatever they want. And the other last thing I'll just say is it's not just about innovation. All of us would agree, at least all of those of us who spend our lives in financial markets, it's not just the quality of innovation, it's the quality of regulation. We are successful because of the regulatory structure, despite our imperfections, all of which we're talking about today. But people trust our markets because they're trustworthy. We have market quality, we have market integrity, we have platform resiliency, we have safety, investor protection, we have all those things. Let's not lose sight of that.
Don.
Okay, so I should probably start off by explaining why I'm sitting here, because I think a lot of people look at me, know DRW as a trading firm, and I'm here on a panel of platform leaders. The reality is that we've been involved in product design for a very, very long time. And we've launched a number of platforms. Most recently, we launched a spot market for GPUs, and we're working towards creating some kind of a tradable GPU futures contract. We got into the crypto space before really anybody else. We started Cumberland in 2014 and have created all sorts of products for our counterparties to interact with us in that venue. At the same time, one of the things that we were very excited about, in 2012, when we were having the internal debate about whether Bitcoin was interesting or not, and I think that common view was that only criminals were dealing with Bitcoin. Our view was that blockchain, if applied to traditional financial markets, had the opportunity to make them far more resilient and efficient. And so we started a company called Digital Asset Holdings in 2014, which created the Canton blockchain, which is purposely designed to facilitate what we need in traditional financial markets. That which I do believe most people in traditional financial markets still want to be able to transact with privacy. But at the same time, the Canton blockchain enables composability. So as we think about these innovation exemptions, I'm very much in favor of innovation. I think that it's important that we move faster, and that we give the United States the ability to catch up with what's happening offshore. But at the same time, we need to be very thoughtful about how we do this. And so, for instance, when we think about equity tokenization, this is not just a one size fits all the same thing. And there's some tokenization that's happening right now, which is a company buys a stock, or supposedly they buy the stock, they issue an IOU on a chain, and then they say, okay, voila, we've tokenized this equity, have at it. That's not the only way that you could tokenize an equity. A company could, of course, issue their own equity on chain. Would be another way of doing it. Another way that could happen is the DTCC could issue an equity on chain. And what's really important as we think about this, and we think about these these innovation exemptions, that we don't wind up with a fragmented market, that we don't wind up with a situation where there are private verticals that trade one flavor of a token in a stock that's not fungible with, first of all, that trades outside of Reg NMS. I'm not a huge Reg NMS fan, but if we want to stop Reg NMS, let's review Reg NMS. Let's not do it through an innovation exemption and create these kind of side pockets. But even more importantly, let's make sure that all flavors of tokenized equities are fungible with one another. If we fail to do that, and we wind up in a situation where shares in a given name trade at different prices in different markets, and there's no efficient mechanism for liquidity providers to collapse and offset those positions, then we have done a huge disservice to the investing public, and that's what we should be thinking about first and foremost.
Arjun, would you like to speak to us about that?
Yeah, I think I think it's really easy to say, let's not have innovation exemption and level playing field, but like to have level playing fields. But I think what I sort of take issue with is that for so long, the regulatory barriers have been monopolistic. So it's very hard to innovate in the first place. So I don't want to speak for Tariq or Shane, but or even in our case, what we had to go through to get to where we are now was also just as painful. And nobody likes having the FBI knock on your door, or DOJ, or a Wells notice, and who knows when it's coming. And I think what's more important here is that if you take a look at what's happened since post World War II, which is where we sort of continue to argue with, which is like, hey, we have these efficient systems, we've had the world's best capital markets. Yes, things are changing very fast, where people are coming onto the internet every single day, mobile, et cetera, and they're demanding products. And the products that they want to get access to are very familiar and similar to what we've had here in the United States. And they're just going to replicate it. And they are replicating it without us. And so, yes, there's so many versions of tokenized equities. Of course, you're seeing, crypto coming into the ecosystem, on-chain DeFi. I think you could innovate. I don't see a world where you couldn't have innovated outside the United States if you wanted to. Plenty of cash flow. We've got plenty of smart people, much smarter than we are. And we're saying the same thing here, which is like, we also want to innovate. I would love to list a company on chain and on our exchange. We'll most likely do that outside the United States first, based on the speed at which we're going. But I think to say that you guys want to be on a level playing field is just that. You should be on a level playing field, and I think to a certain extent that you guys should be pushing in the same direction, the same way we were 4 years ago, or 8 years ago, or 10 years ago. And I don't think the argument about financial markets looking the same is any different than, hey, we want to win in AI. We want to be the first here in the United States. If we don't push in this direction, we will lose. And we're already on the cusp of that. And so, I commend what, Tariq and Shane are doing, and obviously what we're doing, but the whole point of, even the Bitcoin white paper and this whole movement was, how do we get access to capital? How do we get access to the same products to the individual person that, rich people get on a daily basis?
Can I just want to respond to that for a minute. First of all, I don't think that we are saying we shouldn't have any exemptions. I think we should just understand the underpinning of why they're being proposed. And I'll give you, I think I'm going to build on what Don talked about a minute ago. We are, as an exchange operator, we have a lot of rules that govern the trading of U.S. securities and U.S. stocks. And some of them exist for very, very good reasons. And some of them, it would be nice if we had more opportunity to expand our remit. It is highly competitive. There's no monopolistic element to the trading of U.S. equities. It is, a knife fight for every order. But I would also say, though, that what Don talked about was, this idea of tokenizing the equity. It's not the underlying equity that's being tokenized. It's a derivative of the equity. It's, in fact, equity is being held separately and taken out of the liquidity of the market, being put into a pool, and then a tokenization on a derivative or derivative tokenization that may not even confer the same rights to the end shareholder that the underlying equity provides, which they may not even have an understanding of. And so I think that there's also all of the trading that happens in the derivatives does not go back into the tape. And while the consolidated tape has a lot of issues, we could spend a whole day on challenges of the consolidated tape, it serves an incredibly important purpose for investors around the world. There are 7 billion people around the world who follow the tape and understand the trading of U.S. equities, every order, every trade. And it really, it's kind of not every order, sorry, every trade. It's one of the things that I think is a cornerstone of why our markets are so deep, is to have that access to instant access to an understanding of the market. So I hear you, and I do want innovation. I'd love to have it so that we can innovate beyond price time. I'd like to be able to have a price size market. I'd like to be able to be an ATS and be able to segment, flow, and to have more opportunities to show that we can provide new benefits to investors. If we can use innovation exemption to do that, let's talk about it. But I also would say let's look at the underlying reasons why there are things that exist a certain way and be thoughtful about it. So it's like kind of a little bit of the Goldilocks. It's like what should make us so that we can go a lot faster than we can go today, but also let's make sure we're always thinking about how are the investors impacted by what we're doing.
Those 7 billion people that you talked about haven't had access to any of these markets.
Well, actually, they trade. First of all, we are going to try to bring it 24/5, so they have a lot more access to those markets, right? That's one of the things that we're really working towards. But a lot of them go through members to trade in the U.S. But I would agree that we can expand what we're doing to make it so that they have more access. But that should be done through a purposeful effort. And without having to hive off, CUSIPs from, kind of underlying equities and trade it a different way. That's what I really mean.
I think just want to jump in on this. I just want to clarify our position a little bit on this, because I think there's a bit of too much of a dichotomy on this panel. It's kind of this old guard, new guard situation. In some ways, I am part of the new guard, but I would like to think of our approach as a little bit more traditional historically. I think that, just when I think about the history of Kalshi, so Luan and I spent 4 years without a single product. We were just getting regulated by the CFTC, figuring out how this prediction market could live under the CFTC jurisdiction. And, and actually part of the reason, and so maybe this kind of ties to the exemption piece, like, I don't feel very strongly about need for exemption versus not. What I do feel strongly about is a set of rules and laws that are set and that everybody has access to in a fair and equitable way. So I do feel very strongly about that. I am a very big fan of a level playing field. We as a company have had level playing fields at times and have not at other times in many ways. And you got to think about a company that spent 4 years getting regulated, and then the day we got our regulatory license, the prior administration called us and said, actually, out of the 20 products you are intending to list, we're going to let you do one. So imagine the conversation I had with Sequoia and our investors, actually, the thing I promised you, not happening. But and then we had to actually, to be clear, when we got kind of prevented from, and there have been exemptions in event contracts historically. Today, Cache operates, we only have one exemption, which is sort of some swap reporting things. It's kind of irrelevant, but like, and I believe CME has it. I think QC has it. I think pretty much every exchange that does fully cash collateralized swaps has it, which is fine. I think everybody should have that one. But our answer was actually like suing the CFTC to actually figure out what the actual law is, which, we disagreed on the legal merits, and it seems like we were right. And then it's fair game for everybody to compete on a level playing field. So that's something that we do feel very strongly about. And I do share sort of like, it's a bit weird. I'm in this position where like, I do, we're very aggressive as a company. I think anybody here would agree. And we push the boundary of financial markets pretty hardcore. But when you think about it, like it has to be pushed in a way that is sort of accessible to anybody, but it also has to be pushed in a way that's sort of durable. And we really care about that. Because, and we're trying to tell you right before this, like, there has been a lot of companies that have sort of showed up and like things have gone, amazing. Then they went haywire, and then these things have gone, pushed back 5, 6, 7 years back. And that's not the type of organization we want to build. And in some ways, like, I kind of agree with both sides here. Like, I think there is a path. I do think the path will take a little bit longer. In some ways, should take a little bit longer, should take a little bit more conversation. And should be a little bit more deliberate about sort of means of access for everybody. We want you guys to sort of compete in these markets. It's funny because over the last few years, every time we had a new idea for a new product, we'd call Tribute at ICE, we'd talk to some of the people at CME, at NASDAQ, and they would tell me like, oh, well, here's kind of the 5 different times we thought about that. Here's all the issues and why we cannot do it. And like, I feel you guys. Like, I think it is a very real issue today. So, 4 years from now, hopefully we sit in a place where like we have rules that enable all these innovations, but you guys are competing with us on a level playing field. So,
Thank you. We're going to move on to 24/7 trading because we touched on it a little bit. And, there are some markets that already trade 24/7, but getting the input from the panelists today about the challenges, operational challenges, and customer protection involved in 24/7, and whether or not there are some markets where it's just not necessarily a great idea. Arjun, you want to kick off with 24/7?
Sure. So, we operate 24/7 across roughly about 130 jurisdictions. So spot, margin, futures. And we've proven that it can be done pretty successfully, in terms of like our volume per day. Again, we've taken a regulatory approach, compliant custody, segregated accounts, margin, et cetera. And then we've built a lot of automated tools in order to do that. I think, the reason we had to do that was for us to be able to just, the basic first principles is just knowing who our customers are. Like, retail exists all over the world. And so in order to comply with the rules in each jurisdiction, you build some of your own software as well as using off the shelf software. I think what's really great about another hat that I wear is on the venture capital side is that, to his point earlier, he said that you go ask the folks that have been doing it for the last, 20 years, how do you do this? And the first thing they say is it can't be done. You go ask a venture capitalist that's investing in any of these guys or myself, and we have like an irrational passion that we think we'll figure it out. And that's the way that we figured out 24/7 trading in all of these jurisdictions is literally, okay, what are the rules that we need to comply with? What are the, the securities versus commodities rules? And in most jurisdictions, it's the same regulator. And so we've just continued to modernize that. And we're hoping to do the same thing here between the CFTC and the SEC.
I'll make a quick comment, and I agree with the comments. I think that you said it, Joe, product specific, I think is kind of what we're going to look at for 24/7 at CME, because right now crypto, you could say that they have a reoccurring cash market that's going 24/7. A lot of other products do not. So when you look at some of the ag communities and things like that who actually regulate the CFTC, which is our jurisdiction, there would be a lot of people in the country that produce product that would not want markets on a Saturday afternoon, and somebody, high frequency trader or other participants trading those and potentially distorting them without a cash market or the ability to participate. Secondly, you have to look at the cost to the firms that have to staff up in order to do 24/7. That's a pretty big cost. And they're trying to figure out what does it mean to them as far as staffing up these firms and very little business coming about it. Yet they have no choice because their competitors probably will. So we're already in a very difficult spot today with the amount of FCMs, futures commission merchants, that are going down by the second because of rules, regs, and other things. We need to increase that pool, not shrink it, and that could potentially accelerate that type of activity. I do think 24/7 is coming. I've said it for a long time now. I do believe that is the world that we're going to live in. And the market's going to demand it. We're all going to have to figure out how to get there. So I want to get there, but I want to get there in a very thoughtful way. And I think the best way to get there, for the way I see it, is through the crypto markets, because of the cash market that does participate around the clock. So I think we can do that, and then we'll see how it goes, and then we can go maybe on to the next asset class. But just to say all asset classes go 24/7, I think could be a detriment to a lot of producers and other people on the commercial side of the marketplace.
Yeah, so I agree with Terry. I think that if I went back to Chicago today and said, oh, Terry said that, SOFR options are going to be open 24/7, I'd have a mutiny on my hands. And I don't think that there's a ton of demand for SOFR options trading on weekends, quite frankly. Obviously, there's a ton of demand for retail products to trade 24/7, and I think that we'll get there. But when you move to 24/7, it's essential that you're able to move collateral 24/7 as well. The initial discussion when 24/7 was discussed by some of the larger exchanges was, oh, well, you can just post extra margin for the weekend. I said, that's not how it works. There's this thing called the crypto market where this is pretty figured out. You can move your collateral all the time. And so it's critically important that we use tokenization and the right kind of tokenization, not tokenization that introduces additional counterparty risk, to facilitate 24/7. And so that means both cash, stable coins, tokenized treasuries. And the other thing that crypto exchanges are doing that traditional exchanges are not doing is accepting in-kind margining. And that's critically important, I think, for progress on the innovation front. I mean, CME should be allowed to accept Bitcoin for collateral if they want to, for Bitcoin, especially for Bitcoin futures. It's the most efficient collateral there is. And of course, this tokenization opens up the possibility of in-kind collateral for all sorts of products, right? You could imagine in-kind collateral for treasury futures in the form of tokenized treasuries, or for single stock futures contracts or single stock perpetual futures contracts, and accepting a tokenized form of that collateral. So I think that that's all a big opportunity as we move forward, but also something that's essential to maintain the resilience of the markets when we move to 24/7.
First of all, I think the market should decide what products go 24/7 and no regulator. But beyond that, so I probably have pretty broad agreement on the panel. But to Don's point, the clearinghouses, traditional clearinghouses, are only allowed to accept fiat currency and G7 treasuries. And as you know, when we take your US treasuries, we're forced to discount them. The assumption is that we cannot liquidate in a crisis market a U.S. Treasury and convert it to fiat in order to bail out a company at 100 cents on the dollar. We have a lot of my colleagues up here on the panel, and a lot of us have been talking behind the scenes about, and Don's company, how to do tokenized collateral. But there's kind of this assumption in the crypto market that stablecoin equals a dollar, which a stable coin to us is an IOU for a treasury, and the treasury itself, we're not allowed to accept at 100 cents on the dollar. So it's definitely a discounted form of collateral that I don't think the regulators have yet been able to stress test to figure out what should that discount be.
Does anybody else want to touch on 24/7?
I'll cover. I mean, first of all, moving to 24/5 for the U.S. equities markets is a big step. We're very excited about it. We want to make sure, and we've been working very closely with the SEC to think about all of the elements of that. So it's not just ATSs. Right now, ATSs are allowed to trade 24/5, and they do, but they do not have central transparency. And the resilience element to them is not quite, they don't have the same obligations. A lot of them have become much more resilient, but they don't have the same obligations. So I think that what we've been really focused on is making sure that if we're gonna bring the markets 24/5 on exchange, that we bring and bring all of the elements of those exchange operations into a 24/5 environment. And I think that we're working very hard with the industry, with issuers. I think we have to remember that stocks are not commodities. Stocks are companies run by people. And there are corporate actions and other things that occur during any sort of given week in a stock that need to be thought through as to how to manage those corporate actions in a 24/5 or potentially 24/7 environment in the future. I think that's something that's really, really important, that we always remember that the issuers do care about the trading of their stock, and they do have to be able to sleep. So we have to figure out how to make sure that happens in an elegant way. Also, the U.S. market hours are U.S. market hours. The 9:30 to 4 market hours are things that I think that currently the institutional community really finds very important. So how can you maintain that with an open and a close and then still allow for non-U.S. hours? And then the last thing I would say is not all stocks are liquid enough to have and support a 24/5 environment. We have 4,000 listed companies just on NASDAQ and another 2,000, I think, on New York or more. So more, sorry. I apologize, Jeff, or more. So, so you have to make sure that you're really thinking about the liquidity characteristics of the stock. And I agree with Jeff, it should be up to the market to make those determinations.
Shane?
I'll briefly chime in. So this goes, Terry, you saying that you would, how you would have to staff up for 24/7, and Adina, you saying how 24/5 is like this.
Our firms would have
Yeah, your firm would have to staff up.
Not us. I mean, my clearing.
Yeah, the clearing firms, just people in the ecosystem. And I think that just underscores this idea of disruptive innovation in finance. Going back to this idea that, say, we want the regulators to employ exemption at their discretion to enable innovation, and how some of you guys may argue that leads to not a level playing field. I think that it's important to make a distinction between exemptions enabling a company to do something easier and get to market in a more less burdensome way and have more competition, to what I actually think it is, which is enable American companies to adopt new technology of which the technology is superior. When you look at a blockchain, everything trades globally 24/7 inherently. You don't need to staff up. You don't need to go and have different people go and have people work weekends. So in a way, and I understand the pushback to it, but it's kind of a tale as old as time, where it's not that it's not a level playing field amongst competitors, but rather about the technology. And I understand that's difficult for legacy incumbents, but you guys will be able to compete in it, and I wish you well. Not that it will be easy with the new technology, but at the same time, it's totally possible. And I think that if we can all go and just agree, hey, there are benefits to blockchains, people can get on the same page in terms of how that can go and alleviate some of the difficulties with the traditional architecture.
I'm going to quickly turn to perpetuals, which is our last topic of the day, and I want to give everybody a chance for concluding comments. So I know there are different issues surrounding listing of perpetuals, so if anybody wants to address that topic, I'll open the floor. Don?
Yeah, so my view is that perpetual futures should just be eligible for listing in the United States. There's been a long-term, a long-held view that perpetual futures are not futures, that they're swaps. I think that that's ridiculous. I don't think it serves the investing public to force them onto offshore platforms in order to trade them. Obviously futures contracts are contracts for delivery, which has been often cited as a reason to not permit perpetual futures. But of course, we permit cash settled futures, and contrary to popular belief, cash settled futures are not a delivery versus cash. It's just the future settles, and it settles where it settles, and the variation margin has moved as it moved, and that's exactly how perpetual futures work. So I don't think that this is a big leap. I think that it's very clear based on the volumes that we see the rest of the world that people really like perpetual futures. I think the time is now to let exchanges list them, and not in some kind of bastardized, long-dated futures contract that confuses everybody.
I'd just add that, I agree with Don. I think thanks to the CFTC's thoughtful approach, we at CBOE are launching perpetual futures on Bitcoin and Ethereum. Those are products that typically would have been traded offshore. So it's, I think, a good example of how our regulators can actually help support innovation in a constructive way. And so those products now will be traded on a well-regulated exchange subject to the CFTC's rules and jurisdiction and all that comes with that. So
again, I think that Don is right, but a futures contract by law is defined as a contract to expire at a date to be determined, whether it's cash settled or physically delivered. There is no legal definition on a futures contract and how it's defined. A perpetual in of its name is defined as it never ends. And you just said it, a bastardized futures contract that could have a 2-year perpetual, 3-year perpetual, and we'll call it you could essentially call it a perpetual once you go past a certain time. So I think we need to have clarity. Once again, this is a good reason why this panel, you got to have clarity, because if you're going to have perpetuals, then you better change the definition of a futures contract, because today it doesn't fit in the definition of a futures contract by law. So I think that's really important. And there's also other contracts, whether it's crypto, and I don't disagree with Craig. I think that you could probably easily do perpetuals on crypto. There's other products that need that mechanism for physical delivery to happen, and that price so you know that you're going to get that physical delivery, whether it's on energy, whether it's on an ag product, and those producers and consumers and commercials of the product, they want that physical delivery mechanism for price convergence, whether it's a cash settled or it's actually a physically delivered. Jeff has a contract that is priced off of my physically delivered contract. That's the way it works, right? So that's how the pricing mechanism, and they want that physical delivery. I don't believe perpetuals would be very successful because no one's clamoring for them in certain asset classes, but they are in potentially others, such as crypto and that. So I think, again, we either better define what a futures contract is for starters, and then we have to look at what contracts should be perpetual, because all of them may not fit. And you could hurt the people who produce food in this country or produce energy or other products because they don't want them.
Okay, I'm going to turn to concluding statements from everybody. I'm going to start with you, Arjun.
Well, first off, excited to be here. I don't think I would have said this, that I would have been excited to be here 2 years ago. We're a worldwide business. There was a vision that Chairman Atkins had brought up about, like, the super app. And I think the word super app doesn't necessarily mean everything into one application. It's more that you have access to multiple products, multiple assets, collateral in some cases. And that's, the vision of what we want to be able to see, not just here in the United States, but all over the world. And, and while we are talking about innovation exemptions and we're talking about, clarity, at the same time, you can see a lot of the companies we are, we do have our licenses, right? So broker dealer, FCM, who knows what's going to happen in the future here in the United States. Same with, UK MTF, EMI with CBI, and now MiCA. Part of, I think, what we're, very excited about with the House, the Senate, the White House, and the regulatory nature here is that at least we're talking about it. And it's not something that we've seen for at least 10 plus years. And so while we hear some of the frustrations and probably on both sides, I think we're probably the most excited about, like, what market structure is going to look like, and then also what the convergence of a lot of these asset classes coming together is going to look like, not just for ourselves and our platforms because we can get better. But we can serve, our belief is that we can serve our customers better because to, Shane's point earlier is that we're able to do more with less. And what that really means is that we can actually provide more services, more of the capital back to our customers.
Well, again, also very excited to be here. I'll try to keep it short, but the kind of thing I was thinking about, so free markets are a great thing. I think we all agree on that. Free markets are great. They're a powerful driving force for economic prosperity in America, but they're also a privilege. We have to handle them with sort of caution, and we have to be deliberate when shaking them up. At Kalshi, I think we're really humbled to have contributed quite meaningfully to the expansion of free markets. Unfortunately, in the last few years, that expansion came with a heavy toll. We had to fight for every single inch of growth. I would even say had to fight for a right to exist. But we're really proud to be here and sort of have made it through it. Today does really feel like a new era. It feels like we can finally work constructively with regulators, but also the rest of the industry to really figure out how to expand financial markets and incorporate all these technologies that are coming our way, while ensuring sensible regulation, customer protection, and market integrity. I really want to thank Chairman Atkins. I don't know if you're still here for his leadership, and Chairman Fan for your leadership as well. The staff that's going to have to do all the work after this panel. And thank you all for hearing us out today.
So it's a very exciting time to be alive. And I think it's important that we position the United States to take advantage of all these innovations, technological advances that have happened, and bring them into the market so that the innovation happens here first. At the same time, it's important to do it thoughtfully. It's important to distinguish between, as I said, tokenized IOUs and actual assets on blockchains. That's an example of the type of critical thought that needs to be given to these innovations, to any kind of innovation exemptions that are granted. And I think that, as we think through these opportunities to innovate, it's important to bring things back to first principles and ask the question, for instance, do we still like Reg NMS? If we don't like it, let's revisit it, but let's not do some special carve out that exempts some people from Reg NMS and not others. But I think that if we approach these innovations in a thoughtful way, we have a ton of opportunity to lead the world and in implementing these in the right way.
Thank you again for inviting me to be with you today. I thought this was a great exchange, and I learned a lot myself. I'm reminded of something, which is that, first of all, I think everybody on this panel today is with an organization that is intensely competitive and innovative and has shown over many, many years the ability to adapt and evolve, and in many cases even self-cannibalize our existing businesses, products, and market structures. We've proven that time and time again. And I'm reminded of being here a few years ago when my daughter-in-law graduated from Georgetown Medical School, and the dean of the medical school sent everybody off, and he said, remember the patient, the patient, the patient. And if I could leave with one message today, it would be, let's work together to, encourage innovation and encourage competition, but don't forget the customer. Protect the customer, protect the customer. So everything we do, however we do it, let's protect the customers.
I do want to thank Chair Atkins and Chair Pham. This is, in my 32 years, I think only the second time that this has been an opportunity for us to come and really talk across regulators like this. And we're really excited about what both organizations are really focused on here. I think we also have to accept the fact that technology and innovation are happening at a rate and then accelerating at a rate that we've never seen in our lifetimes. We think that, some people think that the next wave of technology innovations like the dawn of the internet, I think it'll make the dawn of the internet look like it's really slow. And so to have an opportunity to work together across platforms with the regulators and with investors to figure out how to open the aperture for them, for investors, how to give investors more choice, but also to do it in a responsible way that protects them appropriately is a moment here where we have these new technologies coming in that can allow us to do great new things, that can globalize markets and open the aperture for new asset classes. And yet we also have to think about, as you said, always remembering that it is the investors with their hard-earned earnings that we're here to protect while we provide that innovation and even deepen the pool of liquidity even further in the United States. So we're very excited about this collaboration that you all are putting together. We think that there can be a really thoughtful way to bring markets to, further forward, and we're just excited to engage with you. So thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me, and I want to thank both chairs for allowing us to have this panel today. And I will say that, Arjun, maybe nobody saw you sitting here 2 years ago, but I got to tell you, I'm really happy you and Tariq and Shane are sitting at this table today, because that's how we continue to evolve. If we sit here with just the people that have done it historically over the last several years, and I've been in this for 44 years, and I know it's hard to believe, but 44 years I've been in this business.
44 years old.
But it's really wonderful to have folks like yourselves up here and participating in the discussion about how we go forward. I think there'll be a lot that you can get done, but I don't want you to be disappointed. There's a lot we're never going to get done. And I think that's just a realistic nature of regulation. And the protectionism of the client, the patient, as Craig referred to it as, is really, really important, because without that, we will have nothing for the future. We will have everything for the near term and nothing for the long term. And that's what happens. There's a lot of us that sit up here right now that had the undubious task of sitting around during Dodd-Frank when the world was blowing itself up, trying to explain it was not the platforms that were the markets went bad. We were the platforms that helped the markets continue to go forward as everybody else on bad behavior was happening. So I think that we've helped set the stage for continued innovation in other ways, other than just by innovating products, but how about by creating an infrastructure or a fabric for the country in order to allow for innovation. So I think traditional exchanges can do that. I am massively excited about the future, massively excited. Love to be 20 years younger, not for and to hang around this world that long, but just to trade markets like that, because I think they are so exciting. I was on a T-Rex market all weekend like a junkie. I was in Las Vegas with a bunch of clients. Casino never saw me because I was on his platform the whole time screwing around. Anyway, but it is really interesting what's going on right now as far as the markets and the access to markets, what you folks are driving as far as the retail access, the ability of technology, artificial intelligence, which is leveling the playing field. Sometimes regulators, Jeff said it earlier about don't let regulators make the decision, let the customer make the decision. Artificial intelligence will help that process come to fruition. So I'm really excited by that. And then again, the last thing I will say is the wealth transfer that's happening in this world over the next 20 years is going to be massive. We need to make certain that the platforms they have there is a platform that they can feel comfortable participating in and at least have a fair opportunity to move forward. But we will never have that unless we have innovation and newer people coming into this industry. So I thank the three of you especially, but it's always great to have up here with my colleagues and Jill and Jamie. Thank you very much for hosting a very nice panel. Thank you.
Terry, you failed to tell the audience whether you made money or not this weekend.
You made money. I broke even. A lot of fees over there, buddy. People bitch at me all the time about the fees. I got to take the opportunity. A lot of fees on that Kelsey thing.
Well, I want to thank both chairs. It's an amazing thing to have two agencies that are led by people that want to work together and make life better for the consumers. And for staff, Jamie and the staff, there's been a lot of laws written since the 1934 Act. And so we've highlighted a few here that have put limitations on the market. And it's going to be a thankless job for staff to try to help grind through this in order to make it a better environment. I would just say one thing, and Don has been a friend of mine and a colleague for a long time, and one of my biggest customers. But we started the conversation talking about a series of issues that really are impacted by Reg NMS, and we ended with perpetuals, which are really called that because nobody wants to have a swap because those are regulated by Dodd-Frank. And it may be too hard for this industry to reopen Reg NMS and to reopen Dodd-Frank and the rulemakings between, two agencies that have been working on those issues for, well, I guess now more than a decade and multiple decades. It might be easier to actually just say we have an innovation idea, call it an exemption or whatever, that just fixes some of this stuff. So I don't want to get hung up over form over substance. I think the point you are making, Don, though, that I do agree with, which is whatever these quote unquote exemptions are, it should be unilateral for everybody in the market. It should be technology agnostic. If you can do it, with an Oracle database as opposed to a blockchain, great, have a party. But in any event, I don't envy the staff, but I look forward to putting the resources of my firm behind you to try to find a path to improve some of the regulatory landscape as quickly as possible.
To echo some of the things you guys have said, I want to express immense gratitude and respect to both chairs, my fellow panelists, the moderators, all the staff of the regulatory agencies, everyone in this building. The rhetoric that we read now when we read these articles on the SEC and CFTC website is such a stark contrast from before, and it's inspiring, it's exciting, and it makes me proud to be an American. And Terry said this too, but this panel is really what America is about. You have the legacy juggernauts, you have the rising stars like Tarek, Arjun, and myself, and you have the regulators who are here listening to us and going to make the rules that we have to follow to go and innovate. And it's up to everyone to be responsible, but be aligned about, okay, we're going to try and build some new things. We're going to try and experiment with new ways of doing things that we think there's either latent demand for or that there's demand for already that we can make it better for. So I just end things off by saying I'm really excited to build things together with you all.
Thank you all for all of your comments. I think as we started out today talking about how important all of these issues are, and your attendance here just proves that this was a really important discussion for the regulators to have. So thank you all.
Just a quick thanks to the panelists. Jeff will grind. Tarek will work on those hourly certifications for you. A special thanks to my CFTC adjacent partner here, Jill Summers. We'll be joined by Commissioner Mark Ueda for remarks, and then we'll break. You guys want to?
All right, so how about another round of applause for our excellent panel? All right, I realize I'm standing between you and a networking break. So hopefully I'll keep these remarks short, but I want to thank the panel for sharing their ideas with us today, as well as all of our staff for putting this event together, and all of you, especially. This is, I think, the most crowded I've seen our auditorium in quite some time. So innovations such as blockchain, AI, and DeFi promise to disrupt our markets in ways that are exciting to discuss. But equally important, though perhaps less exciting, is discussing how regulatory agencies should align their oversight when new ideas cut across jurisdictional lines. Innovation rarely respects jurisdictional lines, and they often do not fit neatly into the statutory distinctions between securities and commodities that were written decades ago. Yet the regulatory system in which we operate is reliant on clear borders for regulatory efficiency. When innovation crosses this line, one might call it regulatory disruption. Regulatory disruption can result in overlapping oversight, confusion, and ambiguity and have their own negative consequences. So let's go back to the past to talk about how this may be dysfunctional. And I can illustrate this with an example. For a long time, there was CFTC Rule 4.5 under the Commodity Exchange Act that provided an exclusion for registered investment companies, mutual funds and ETFs, that happened to use a limited amount of commodities futures. These mutual funds and ETFs were already subject to comprehensive SEC regulation under the Investment Company Act of 1940. The CFTC had reasonably concluded that there was no need to layer on its own commodity pool operator requirements in addition to the SEC rules. But that changed in 2012. The CFTC moved to essentially eliminate that exclusion. Under amended Rule 4.5, an SEC-registered investment company using derivatives beyond a very low threshold, whether for hedging or for investment, was required to register with the CFTC as a commodity pool operator. This change was claimed to be necessary to bring oversight of swaps into the CFTC's remit after the Dodd-Frank Act. In practice, it was a jurisdictional land grab. Mutual funds have long used derivatives as part of ordinary portfolio management, particularly for fixed income, where derivatives can often trade more easily and cheaply than the underlying securities. Given the SEC rules on disclosure, reporting, governance, and risk controls, the new CFTC requirements did not fill any sort of regulatory gap. They duplicated regulation that already existed, and that was evident in the extensive harmonization rulemaking process that followed. Well, what did this mean for industry? It meant dual registration. Fund sponsors who were already SEC registrants now had to register with the CFTC. That entailed new filings, new fees, new compliance infrastructure. It meant duplicative reporting. Advisors had to build parallel systems to track, reconcile, and report essentially the same information in two slightly different formats to two different regulators. Finally, it meant conflicting requirements. The SEC and CFTC had different standards for record keeping, advertising, and the use of third-party administrators. Funds that found themselves caught between two sets of rules that were not harmonized. And all of this translated into real cost. Industry feedback at the time foresaw millions of dollars in incremental compliance expenses, costs that were ultimately borne by investors. Yet there is no evidence that the CFTC's overlay produced any incremental benefit in terms of market integrity or investor protection. So as technology continues to evolve in the financial sector, how can we avoid repeating this mistake? The CFTC and the SEC share responsibility for markets that are increasingly interwoven. The agencies need to look past technical definitions and focus on the functional aspects of the novel products themselves. What risks do they create? What practicalities already operate to mitigate those risks? How are remaining risks best addressed? And how can duplication of effort be avoided? Today's call for harmonization and a new era of collaboration from the leaders of both agencies importantly make the point that we should answer these questions before announcing jurisdictional claims. Where one regulator already has a robust framework, the other should think carefully before layering its own rules on top. We must remember the alternative tools available to us: information sharing agreements, joint examinations, and harmonized reporting forms that help us work towards accountability without imposing duplicate requirements. The benefits of a successful regulatory engagement are clear: consistent rules, efficient compliance, and investor confidence. The consequences of failure are equally clear: duplicative oversight, higher costs, and no discernible improvement in investor protection or market integrity. The pace of innovation in our markets is not slowing. It's quite the opposite. Today, in this administration, we have an opportunity to avoid the mistakes of the past and instead, together, build a regulatory architecture that evolves with our markets and new financial products, not against them, through a harmonized regulatory approach. So thank you very much for your time. And now, It's break time.
Yep, we'll break until 4 p.m. So thank you, Commissioner Ueda.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin in 5 minutes. Again, we will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 3:58. We will begin in 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to the auditorium. We will begin shortly. Please make your way back to the auditorium. Thank you.
Come on up. Yeah. Create a movement here. If everyone can take seats, we're going to start in a couple minutes here. All right. So why don't we go ahead and kick off our third and final panel, hear from the participants. So as co-moderators, again, the theme of the day is SEC CFTC collaboration. We're rejoined by former CFTC Chair Chris Giancarlo, and we're joined by former SEC Chair and founder of Paredes Strategies, Troy Paredes. So gentlemen, take it away.
All right, thanks, everybody. Looking forward to another lively discussion here. So Chris and I have the great pleasure to co-moderate today's panel number 3, which is focused on how regulatory harmonization could increase choice for market participants and reduce costs for investors, building on a lot of what has been covered on the first 2 panels. So what I'm going to do, just to kick us off, I'm just going to do a 2-second intro of each person, very distinguished backgrounds, but I'll just give a quick name, title, affiliation, so we can all orient ourselves, and then I'll hand it to Chris, and we'll go from there. So today we have, and I think I got the order right, we have Stephen Berger from Citadel, Managing Director of Government and Regulatory Policy. And apologies if I get any names mispronounced here. I know I got your name right. We got Ryan Luvar from Wisdom Tree, Chief Legal Officer and Head of Business and Legal Affairs, Digital Assets. Nick Lundgren from Crypto.com, Chief Legal Officer, JB McKinsey from Robinhood Markets, Vice President, General Manager, Futures and International, Dave Olson, Jump Trading Group, President and Chief Investment Officer, Shonali Tyson, Global Head of FIC Electronic Trading and Market Strategic Investments at Bank of America, and Brad Tolley, JP Morgan, Managing Director and Global Head of Corporate Derivatives and Private Side Sales and Head of America Sales. I hope I got all of that correct. Anybody can correct the record if I got anything wrong. So before I hand it to Chris, let me just make one quick perspective thought from my perspective. One of the things I think is so interesting about this particular day and the roundtable is there was reference to the last time there was a roundtable like this between the SEC and the CFTC, and it was around Title VII of Dodd-Frank, and I happened to be at the SEC at the time and recall just one, the rarity of those things occurring, and number two, the benefits, and sure, we can talk about the big picture benefits and all other kinds of ways to try to facilitate harmonization, but sometimes just getting folks together can actually serve a real beneficial impact. So I very much commend Chairman Atkins and Acting Chair Pham for their leadership in terms of today. And I know from what they've said publicly, their prioritization of the efforts towards harmonization. The other quick thing I would note, which is more on a substantive front, one of the things that I find just so fascinating about the whole discussion around harmonization and the two agencies is, and I'm going to way oversimplify here, but just for the sake of brevity, one way to think about their respective jurisdictions and markets and the like is from the perspective of the underlying authorizing statutes, rules, regulations, and I won't go through the list, but if you take a list of all the different kind of acronyms for SEC market participants and then compare all the list of acronyms for CFTC market participants, that is a way, and you're thinking about it in terms of regulated status, for example, under whether it's the federal securities laws on the one hand or the Commodity Exchange Act on the other. That is a way of approaching things. Another way of approaching things is to focus, and again, at the risk of oversimplification, on the economics, on the markets, on the risks and the exposures and what it is that market participants are looking to achieve or what it is they're looking to avoid. Now, one would hope that all that eventually lines itself up, but those are two different takes. And so to that kind of recognition, from my perspective, thinking about harmonization and how it maps to those considerations, I just find to be a fascinating topic. So with those preliminaries out of the way, Chris, why don't I hand it to you?
Actually, Troy, I'm going to actually pick up on that concept you introduced with an anecdote as a way of introducing our first discussion point. Before I went into serving in government, I was one of the principals in a firm that was an interdealer broker on Wall Street. That was a firm that helped major financial institutions trade between each other. You might say we were in exchange for things that didn't trade on a regulated exchange. And in our case, one of our largest product areas was in the area of credit default swaps. About 2/3 of the credit default swap market traded through our platforms here in the United States and around the world. Prior to Dodd-Frank and prior to the financial crisis, all of those swaps traded on in cohesive liquidity pools. They were not separated out. There was no separation between broad-based swaps and single-name credit default swaps. They traded together. There might be a Latin American desk or a North American desk, but they traded in one liquidity pool. Well, along comes Dodd-Frank, and Dodd-Frank suddenly announced that our business, which antecedents went back over 100 years, was a swap execution facility. A nice made-up name. It's somewhat describe what we did, but anyway, that was our regulatory classification. But more importantly, it divided swaps up into narrow-based swaps and broad-based swaps, subject to separate regulatory schemes and subject to different self-regulation. Some of our brokers now were NFA regulated or registered, some were FINRA registered. And what we had to do was separate those liquidity pools into separate desks. So of course, it seemed like a good idea at the time to Congress as the Ag Committee and the Banking Committee are trying to reach a compromise. But it had real world effects, not just on our platform, but more importantly, the market participants that traded in our platform suddenly didn't get the benefit of a cohesive liquidity pool, but liquidity pools, to your point, Trey, that were divided into separate areas. So I think it was Terry Duffy on the last panel who said that what we always need to do is focus on the patience. Well, today we have the patience. This panel is the patience. This is a panel of market participants. And it's like the last panel, it's diverse. Some of the market participants on this panel are really concerned with wholesale trading, as my firm was. Others are really focused on the retail side. And so it's really an opportunity now to dig into what ultimately we're all here to focus on is how do market participants participate in these regulated markets, and how do they navigate the differences between the rulemaking of the CFTC and the SEC, and hopefully maybe we can find in our conversation this afternoon ways in which those differences are not so distinct as to separate liquidity pools into separate silos. So with that, I'd like to kick off and just talk about, if we could, and maybe we'll start with Stephen down the other end of the table and work our way this way. What are some of the issues that the lack of coordination or simply the regulatory structure inherited by Congress, by the agencies, impose on the markets and ultimately the clients that you serve?
Thank you. And look, I'd like to start by just first thanking Chairman Atkins, Acting Chairman Pham, and the SEC and CFTC commissioners and staff for organizing this afternoon's landmark discussion. And thank you to Chris and Troy for moderating and for your past invaluable service at both agencies. I applaud the SEC and CFTC harmonization effort to, quote, reduce unnecessary barriers, enhance market efficiency, and create space for innovation to thrive. And I concur that we have a generational opportunity here to further strengthen the preeminent position of U.S. capital markets for both investors and issuers, and to pave the way for future market evolution, integrating new technologies into our markets and unleashing innovation with respect to new products, innovations in trading, clearing, settlement, transparency, and collateral mobility. And we can achieve this without either the SEC or CFTC losing sight of their core missions. And I think we all acknowledge that in furtherance of those missions, the agencies still have a valuable role to play in overseeing both existing and nascent markets. Now, look, I think it's clear from the historical context we heard earlier why there are separate SEC and CFTC regulatory regimes for the securities markets and for the futures and swaps markets, respectively. But it's clear also that as these markets have grown and become more integrated, and as market participants have innovated and diversified to better serve issuers, investors, and hedgers, we've all witnessed how duplicative, inconsistent, or contradictory frameworks have hindered growth, innovation, and competitiveness, and acted as a de facto tax both on issuers and investors. So, to your question, Chris, for example, investment funds are subject to overlapping registration, record keeping, reporting, and exam requirements. I think Commissioner Ueda did a good job of highlighting some of those just now. Intermediaries are duly registered as broker-dealers and FCMs, and in some cases as both swap dealers and security-based swap dealers, which comes with their own slew of overlapping and often contradictory regulatory requirements. Providers of clearing services have to navigate multiple regimes, DCOs on the CFTC side and clearing agencies on the SEC side. I think it's wonderful news that we have ICE and CME entering the market to provide clearing services for U.S. Treasuries, for example. Having the two strongest futures exchanges in the United States coming into that market is a great development. But it pains me to hear that there was a 6-year effort that was a false start in that front, and that was a squandered opportunity. And then, Chris, as you just noted, we have illogical splits in the rules and oversight of markets that are otherwise economically unified. So swaps versus security-based swaps, most notably in the credit space, is an excellent example of that. Cash treasuries versus treasury futures is another, I think, notable example. And I guess I would also like to point out that we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the regulatory inefficiency extends down to the SRO level as well. So Some of the issues we have probably with respect to SEC and CFTC harmonization, I would argue may be even more pronounced for those of us who deal with both FINRA and NFA oversight, where we also have duplication, inconsistency, and contradictions that are arguably even worse. So just a few, like three areas I think I would highlight for where I think there's opportunities for meaningful progress. Look, the U.S. asset management sector across both traditional and alternative investment funds is an unparalleled American asset, optimizing the allocation of capital to our economy and delivering returns for investors, saving for their children's education or for their own retirement. To deliver on that, asset managers rely on the ability to invest in hedge across equities, options, futures, bonds, and swap markets. So they're investing in asset classes that fall under both the SEC and the CFTC's jurisdiction. But unfortunately, as I just noted, that's left them subject to two sets of registration, record keeping, reporting, and exam requirements. And in the past, we've dealt with that by appropriately tailored exemptions that let them fall under the appropriate regime. There's been already today good discussion with respect to portfolio margining and cross margining, where we have opportunities to improve capital efficiency and pricing efficiency across correlated assets. At the same time, historical attempts so far to bridge the bifurcated regimes have yielded at times imperfect compromises that have impaired the predictability and durability of cross-margining agreements, which is highly problematic in times of stress and can be pro-cyclical. So we should expand opportunities for portfolio and cross-margining, but also make sure that they're durable and resilient, including in times of stress. And then lastly, I think there's further opportunities to enhance the comprehensive and timely post-trade transparency that's generally a hallmark of America's capital markets. It's clearly the norm in the equities, options, corporate bond, municipal bond, and swaps markets. I think there's an interesting divergence with respect to our treasury markets, where treasury futures are subject to a timely and comprehensive post-trade transparency framework. Cash treasuries still are not. And at best, we have end of the day public reporting for the on-the-run segment of the market only.
That's Stephen, terrific remarks. Can I just ask you to put a pin in the issue of the different self-regulatory organizations? Because we're having a great conversation today about harmonization of the two agencies. And yet, do we need to have another conversation about greater harmonization between NFA and FINRA? And what are the areas where a firm like yours that's so comprehensively regulated faces challenges with the different self-regulatory structures that those two organizations present? Could you just comment on that briefly? Go to Ryan.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it manifests itself as I alluded to, both with respect to investment advisors and investment funds who will end up having to deal with both FINRA and NFA. With, again, with respect to registration, record keeping, and exams. And then it manifests itself for duly registered BDFCMs as well. So it's, I think there's already a healthy discussion about the amount of the functions that have been handed down to the SROs from the agencies themselves. But I think, to your point, there's even less perhaps coordination that occurs at that level. And we're also sort of in the process of potentially putting even additional products and asset classes under the jurisdiction of these SROs moving forward. So I think we should be cognizant of that lack of harmonization as well.
And in my question, I didn't mean to in any way indicate that they're not forward-leaning on this. Certainly, in my experience working with NFA, they've always been very forward-leaning. But I think this new initiative toward greater cooperation is going to present some workload for them that perhaps it hasn't been in their wheelhouse so far. Ryan, do you want to comment on some areas in which the degree of harmonization or lack of harmonization has been challenging for you and your customer base, much more retail oriented?
Yeah. So, it's funny because I was really going to focus on my example of 4.5, which Chair Ayuda certainly spent some time on before the break. But echoing that, as a registered fund provider, that then has funds that invest in commodity interests, and then having that CFTC overlap at the time, it really did create two bifurcated regulatory regimes that needed to be complied with. So, personnel costs and the like. But Commissioner Ueda really spent a good time, I think, talking through those issues. So I'll maybe pivot to kind of another topic, I think more recently, is really just the jurisdictional divide between the SEC and the CFTC on digital asset classification. So as we think about that, it comes up in a couple different contexts where, if we're trying to launch an exchange traded product that's holding a digital asset, we have to ask ourselves, are we going to end up, as a SEC registered 1940 Act fund, which typically invests in securities, or might it be a 33 Act only registered product, which is holding typically commodities? And so even to this day, we're still looking at assets, trying to do an analysis to really understand what bucket does that fit in. Under the prior regime, it was the SEC looking at really those assets and saying nearly every type of asset in this category would be a security. So that made it even more challenging. I think we're starting to get more clarity there, but that's a challenge. And then as we switch to, or also we're focused on really tokenized assets. So not digital assets themselves that are sort of native crypto to, say, a blockchain like Bitcoin or Ether, but instead tokenizing real world assets, whether those are funds or commodities or the like. And so even particularly under the prior administration, there could be some challenges there. And really, is that tokenized assets that might generally look like a commodity, is it in fact, or not in fact, but is the view being taken that that's in fact a security? And so that was challenging, really trying to really navigate those two different regulatory regimes to try to land in the right regulated product structure. So I think looking at the history, that's certainly been a challenge. I know spend a little bit more time moving forward here in a second, but I'll stop there.
Hey, Ryan, just to stick with you for a minute, and then Nick will come to you. But just Ryan on that, just to bring it to life, in terms of the regulatory analysis that you've had to undertake for the reasons that you've mentioned, in a word or two, what are the practical consequences of having to undertake that analysis by way of time, expense, delay, things that, even if you don't get the particulars, haven't come to market, that could have come to market if they were different? How does this manifest itself in terms of the impacts?
Yeah, well, it's a great question because, I think one of the challenges is, if I just take it from the SEC's perspective, going back a year and more, in terms of characterizing, you're dealing with a 1940s court case, Howey. You're then dealing with a multi 30 plus prong sort of investment contract framework. You layer on another case called Gary Plastic. You could really trying to look at 30 to 40 factors to say, is this asset not a security? And so it was really hard if you're looking at 30 factors. Any one, I think the prior staff would say, might be dispositive. It's really tough to then, sort of live in that environment. What does that mean then? You really want to stay on the right side of that asset characterization. It's a commodity, but you're, spending time and energy on legal counsel. I mean, approaching for maybe one asset, 6-figure legal analysis memorandum that ultimately you can either go to the staff with or for your file. And that takes time, energy, staff to, really all you're trying to do is make sure you're on the right side in the right bucket. So very time consuming, very costly, and ultimately, delaying the launch of a product to make sure you have characterized the asset properly.
Nick, your firm is in a different business than Wisdom Tree. What's your perspective?
Well, first off, it's definitely a privilege to be here. I'd like to thank Chairman Pham for having us here and Chairman Atkins as well for setting this up and hosting us. I think we're in a different boat as Crypto.com. I'm our chief legal officer here. I'm also president of our CFTC derivatives platform and FINRA broker dealer. I think when I think about things is, 8 years ago, there was this very forward-leaning regulator called the CFTC that actually approved the Bitcoin futures contract first and foremost. And I was sitting in-house at some publicly traded company doing e-commerce and payments. And I said, you know what? Things are going to change in the United States. Things are going to change when it comes to finance. I want to get started in this. And so I joined a law firm, started practicing with cryptocurrency. Crypto.com was one of my first clients. And I came in-house about 5 years ago. I'd also like to thank Chairman Gary Gensler for making me invaluable to Crypto.com. It was an incredible thing for me. But the way we looked at it, though, is we said, okay, why and what do these frameworks exist for, and what time period were they designed from? And what we came down to is, how could a token itself be a security? And I think the SEC has since come out there, and I want to commend the Chairman Atkins and the task force for pushing this forward. They have since come out and clarified, of course it can't be. It's just code. Why could that be an investment contract? If there's no contract, if there's no investment of money in a common enterprise, it cannot be a security. Since then, I think we've seen the CFTC not just take over what was predominantly a derivatives market, but start to exercise their spot market influence that's in place to prevent manipulation from occurring. And I think that this is where Crypto.com has positioned itself on a regulatory front. I don't think many people know here. People think crypto's unregulated. We're looking for market structure. Crypto.com is a registered futures commission merchant, a designated contract market, a derivatives clearing organization, a FINRA registered broker dealer, a qualified custodian, a money transmitter, and a registered money services business with FinCEN. We hold over 150 regulatory approvals worldwide, which is more than anybody else in this room, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. All of that done within 5 years. And I want to say that crypto is regulated up to the hilt. Now, if the United States wants to be first and foremost in it, which we have the largest crypto to USD central limit order book in the world right now per volume over the last 12 months, if we want to be first in the world, we have to design exemptions that are allowing for innovation, that are safe and controlled and for the benefit of the customer. But if we're going to fall behind on this, Europe and Asia is going to come in and kick our butts on it. And I think that this is the time to do it. I think the harmonization that we've shown with everything from going from generic listing standards to get ETFs approved faster, which I think can be iterated and expanded upon, to clarifying what type of activities would constitute a security and would not, to having approvals of derivative contracts on crypto assets themselves. So we list 18 today, which is the most here. We have more forthcoming. Of course, we dabble in prediction markets with, Calcium Polymarket and apparently CME now. But we're here to do all asset classes. And I think as we move towards the tokenization of equities, towards 24/7 trading, that is a must. Now, I heard one of the other participants say, 24/7 trading, like it'll affect deliveries. Well, just don't make them 24/7 then. Have them for the asset classes that you want, for the contracts that are supported. And I think that there's a defined framework that'll work here. So I do think the harmonization is there. To my colleague's point over here, Steve, I believe FINRA and the NFA could work closer together, especially when one entity holds dual registrations like ourselves. But there's room for this, and I'm glad we're here talking about it. Thank you.
So just to pick up on what you had mentioned, and we'll get to JB, you ran through a lot of different licenses or regulatory entities.
The acronyms.
The acronyms. Is there any particular experience, given your role there, and I'm sure leading those efforts, where the lack of harmonization, however broadly one wants to conceive of what harmonization is, created certain frictions and delays and time? We'll talk later about what the opportunities may be from your collective perspective, but any particular experience stick out to you?
Yeah, I think what and this was back in the prior administration that this happened, and this has been cured since. But one of the things we ran into when we were listing our derivative contracts on our DCM was, how do we get crypto derivatives listed if the CFTC doesn't have certainty from the SEC that these aren't security-based swaps and would require more? And I think that we went through a legal analysis. We spoke with Chairman Benham at the time and the different commissioners, and we got comfortable with certain assets, at least being at that time, that everybody could agree on were not themselves investment contracts. I think that was one that was cured. Another one that comes up is, in other markets, such as in Europe, where we were the first company to be MiCA licensed with an EMI and a MiFID license that's there. So we can offer a full slate of services that's in place. In those markets, you have one regulator, which I know people have touched upon, but what that's allowed is it has allowed a single point of contact. Now, I believe that the U.S. is best served by having the SEC and the CFTC remain independent. I grew up on a farm. I think the CFTC is paramount for making sure that physical delivery occurs and that commodities can be exchanged in an orderly fashion. But when it comes to the security markets, it's all about capital formation and the actual investor protection, as opposed to hedging and speculation on price of a commodity. And I think that having those two work together and yet be regulating different products gives the ability for innovation to occur within those bespoke aspects. So it is something that a roundtable like this starts, but ultimately it comes down to the staff and the participants here to really make happen.
Thanks, JB.
First off, I want to thank again to Chair Pham and Chair Atkins for having us here. As Robinhood, as I've been listening to you various panelists go through the conversations of where we think there's opportunities for us to harmonize and do better, I feel as though sometimes we take the look toward the product and we decide to regulate or develop rules and oversight based upon the product itself, right? So is it an option? Is it an equity? Is it a future? Is it crypto? Is it prediction markets? And we take these ideas where we try to pigeonhole the product as being built into these various jurisdictional oversights, even down to the state level. But at the end of the day, what we almost forget about, and started to hear it at the end of the last panels, who is that end customer? So you said to me, ultimately, who is the client? The end client is you and you and everybody out here, the person who's actually investing in the market and what they have as an expectation to access these markets. And I think what's interesting is that if you look at a client who's coming into the marketplace, they have an expectation to log on now to a mobile device where they can open an account, understand the rules, the regulations, the customer agreements, and the various documentation they have to have, the ability to fund their account very cleanly, watch those markets trade, watch the oversight, the review of trade surveillance, and then receive conference and statements, and then having a trustworthy counterparty on the other side of that. What's interesting, though, as you look at it, is the two regulatory regimes that we have today have very different rules within each one of those key steps as you work through that sort of trading ecosystem. So I think as you make a decision of where can we start to harmonize and build, I think taking a step back and thinking to ourselves, how does this actually affect the end customer? I think it becomes really, really important because technology is moving so quickly. So as we talked about before, pre-COVID, we did everything on paper documents to open accounts. Now everything's done DocuSign and other types of digital account opening processes. For funding, you can fund 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Yet we still hold back on other times where we say, hey, collateral can't move if it's after the 5 p.m. Fed wire. So I think for us, as we look here, let's really think about how do we want to improve that experience? Because that end experience is going to improve it for every single person in this room. And for Robinhood, that's really what our focus is. Our focus is about making it simple, easy, and accessible to any and all people, whatever market they want to go into.
Your firm is renowned professional training for what extent do the lack of clarity? Terry Duffy was very articulate before. What do investors want? What do traders want? They want clarity. To what extent has a lack of clarity? I'm sorry. To what extent has a lack of clarity between the two agencies and their regulatory structures hampered your ability to trade in markets?
Thanks, Chris, and thanks to you, Troy, for having us here. It's pretty exciting to be talking about this, just in general. I think stepping back to the original missions of both of the agencies, if I got my dates right here, CFTC was chartered in 1974. The first equity future didn't exist until 1982. So it really was the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. And now that product innovation and risk is taken in various different forms, this is an extremely healthy dialogue to have. A lot of talk about harmonization so far. Your question, if I heard it right, was on ambiguity, and they're close cousins. But I think you started your remarks by telling about your experience with securities-based swaps and swaps in the credit derivative market. I was in the credit derivative world at the same time when Dodd-Frank was being written in the subsequent period when rules were being made. And the one thing I'll say about that is there's no ambiguity. You know, if there are 10 instruments, it's a broad-based index. If there are 9, it's a narrow index and has a different regime. It's expensive and complicated to contort the organization to change to trade those different instruments, but you knew exactly what you were doing. I think an example of ambiguity, which is almost more dangerous than the expensive overhead that's created by disharmony, the poster child example of that has to be the debate that the SEC and the CFTC chairman were both having about Ethereum, where you had public statements just flatly contradictory to one another on the status of the second biggest cryptocurrency in the world. So unlike securities-based swaps and swaps, where you have to hire a bunch of lawyers and move desks and report differently, our reaction to that ambiguity was to say that the United States is not a viable market for us to seat our traders. And so we had not as early as Don, good job, Don, but we were early in trading cryptocurrencies, which back then just meant Bitcoin. It was the only cryptocurrency to trade. And as the market started to mature, we made the decision that all the activity that our global firm would undertake, the majority of it had to be relocated outside the U.S. So that was our response. We found rules that were not ambiguous outside the U.S., and we were able to grow that market along with the rest of the world, where we knew we could comply with the spirit and the letter of the local jurisdictions.
That's fascinating. I'm glad you actually mentioned the origins of the CFTC, because both the CFTC and the SEC were born in the 1930s out of the great financial crisis, the Depression. The CFTC in 1936, the original Commodities Exchange Act, but it wasn't then created as a separate agency. It was made a bureau of the Department of Agriculture, and there it sat for the next several decades. But interestingly, the CFTC got a second birth in the 1970s, but not as a result of a crisis, as a result of actually innovation. It was the invention of financial futures that allowed the United States to go off the dollar standard, the gold standard, because people can now hedge dollar foreign exchange risk and, more importantly, dollar interest rate risk. And when that invention was created, for the first time, you had a commodity, you had a future on not something coming out of the ground, but something as an index. It was actually decided not to put this under the SEC, but to take the CFTC out of the Department of Agriculture and give it a mandate for innovation. It was felt at the time that if it was under the SEC with its investor protection mandate, this product would have never grown to be what it is today, which is the main reason why countries around the world can hold dollars and hedge their risk of holding dollars in the deep liquid markets overseen by the CFTC. So, and one agency born out of a crisis of investor harm, another one reborn out of an opportunity to create one of the most novel instruments. And now I think we're on the verge of a new set of innovations. And Sonali, I want to come to you. Now we're talking about the tokenization of not just securities, but all manner of things. We're talking about the ability to go to 24/7 trading and on-chain trading. These are a whole new set of innovation. And I think now we've got two agencies. The question is, how do they both step up to this opportunity and do it in a harmonized way? That's my question, a long-winded question, forgive me.
Terrific. Well, I want to echo my gratitude to Chairman Pham and Chairman Atkins for having me here today, and to the moderators, and also to my team at Bank of America for all the hard work that goes in every day to thinking about these issues. So I have the pleasure of working with a team that I think of our role as really future-proofing the business and sort of thinking about the term structure of innovation, what the markets are going to look like a few years from now, and then really coming back and influencing internally, externally, working with our clients to really build that. I love my role. I think it's one of the more entrepreneurial seats you can have. And I've had the pleasure also of working on, seeing both the opportunities and the challenges of modernization, serving on FIMSAC, working on the LIBOR transition, working on Dodd-Frank many years ago, working on MiFID. So globally have seen where modernization can really work, and then also some of the challenges. And so I really commend the commissions for taking on this task, because I think we all have seen in all of our respective seats that every dollar that could be saved, whether that's on tech, whether that's on legal, whether that's on capital, that's money that can then be put into the economy. That's money that can be lent. That's money for liquidity, right? Like we all recognize the benefits. So I would start by maybe just looking backwards, some of the not necessarily lower hanging fruit, but existing frictions that I think, again, the industry and the commissions are working on very constructively. We've heard a lot about portfolio margining today. And so I think, in terms of concrete action steps, I think we recognize that both agencies need to provide some sort of exemptive relief from the respective Securities Exchange Act and Commodities Exchange Act. And from there, we then also need the banking regulators from a capital perspective to acknowledge that. And if you think about just the pending catalyst, that we need to get this right for treasury clearing, for repo clearing, and for the adjacent markets, the futures and interest rate swaps. This is really a four-legged stool that serves to sort of underpin capital markets globally. So I think that that's one thing, is really sequencing to make sure that not only do the agencies, but then the banking regulators as well, make sure that we have ample time to implement this and implement this thoughtfully. Two other just smaller areas that I would consider more low-hanging fruit. One is cross-border, right? So the SEC treats transactions between non-U.S. persons that are arranged, negotiated, or executed A&E transactions as being subject to SBS regulation. The historical position of the trade associations, which we really support, is that this has had an unintended consequence of sort of not allowing U.S. persons into the discussion and dialogue and that we want them to be. And I've seen sort of the frictions that this can create in-house in a large organization. We want to be the most efficient at servicing our clients and the real economy. And the last area I'd mention, again, looking backward, is around swaps reporting. So the SEC gets a lot of credit for recognizing that there's already been a regime in place with the CFTC and for offering exemptive relief, I think until 2029. I think that, just making that permanent and recognizing that, again, large infrastructures that largely work have been utilized by the industry now for several years, and making any amendments necessary rather than, requiring a new regime. So I think with a lot of these things, we have the opportunity to continue to onshore innovation. We have to service our clients. And I don't know if you want to touch on 24/7 trading now or move forward, but I think these are some of the items looking backward.
Can I pick up on one word that you mentioned?
Yes, absolutely.
And then we'll go to Brad. You mentioned, in addition to a lot of substantive areas, you mentioned the word sequence,
Yes.
sequencing, version of the word sequence. Could you unpack a little bit more what you contemplate by the word sequence and how that might be an element of harmonization when you think about it from a practical perspective?
Sure, absolutely. I think, when you look at, we've been talking about innovation all day, and markets are moving very quickly. We have new technologies, new capabilities. I would use the analogy perhaps of, a car that can go 200 miles an hour. And perhaps we want to get to a scenario in which, the roads can handle cars that go at 200 miles an hour. We need to think about the on-ramps, the off-ramps, whether or not trucks and buses are ever going to be able to get there, et cetera. So if I pivot that analogy to thinking about something like 24/7 trading, we certainly recognize the opportunity for international clients, for the retail segment that exists. The one thing, and I know this was discussed quite a bit in the last panel, the one thing I think we need to be mindful of, sequencing here is a great example, is how does the entire infrastructure and apparatus work? How does the risk management in those names work? How does leverage work? How do the FCMs and clearinghouses? Because it's not only about execution and reporting, it's about making sure that you don't have these unintended consequences. We can look at cautionary tales like Archegos, or when the Fed cut 100 basis points over the weekend during COVID, or even looking back to the financial crisis, Bear Stearns was worked out over the weekend, right? We need to make sure that we have the right protections for risk management in place to handle those types of events before we really unleash this on the market, because it is important to understand that something like 24/7 trading would not only impact the retail international customers, but really anyone with a position in those names. So what we want to avoid is any type of margin spiral or sell-off that's exacerbated in a market with really thin liquidity. So sequencing how that is rolled out, how 24/7 trading is rolled out in the context of the rest of the apparatus. Here's another example, even related to that as well, is blockchain might be able to play an important role in the movement of collateral. We're seeing a lot of experimentation and use cases that bear a lot of fruition. So perhaps, where can we get to with settlement, with collateral mobility, with blockchain for the entire ecosystem? But the important thing here is really to consider the leverage that exists in the system and all of the infrastructure, and then sequence the rollout of such innovations in a way that makes sense.
Brad, Your CEO has been in the past pretty harsh on things, all things crypto, and yet your bank has been a leader in innovation, a whole range of areas. Sort of under the hood, there's a lot going on. As you think about innovation, how does the need for harmonization between the two agencies affect you, and how in the past perhaps has the lack of innovation, a lack of coordination affect your ability to innovate?
Thank you. And I'd also like to say thank you to Chair Atkins and Acting Chair Pham, as well as our moderators and panelists up here. I didn't at first know where you were going with that when you were the CEO, and thank you. But thank you for the opportunity to be up here and to contribute to this dialogue around harmonization. My comments are really informed by JP Morgan's our experience as a longstanding dual registrant and participant across swaps, security-based swaps, futures, and cash positions regulated by the CFTC and SEC. In terms of opportunities for harmonization, I can touch a little bit on innovation and technology. But as it relates to harmonization, when I look at swaps and security-based swaps, there are opportunities. We think that there are opportunities for efficiencies in the industry without reducing investor protection or market resiliency, and both of which were spoken a bit about today. Firstly, harmonization efforts around margin requirements, which we've talked about across SEC and CFTC regimes, would allow for more streamlined and efficient processes. It would allow us to reduce regulatory burden for market participants without creating additional risk. Specifically, it would allow registered broker-dealer, security-based swap dealer to apply one initial margin to swaps, security-based swaps, futures, cash positions over the same category of underlying risk, which present very similar market risks. That then enables us to continue to reinvest in innovation, invest in our clients, our infrastructure. On trade reporting as well, over the years, we've seen a proliferation of the requirements around data fields for transaction reporting, making it increasingly complex and really a costly area of compliance. While we understand, I think, the need for that data and those requirements, we believe that the SEC and CFTC could certainly review what information they believe is truly necessary for regulatory oversight and rationalize the reportable data fields accordingly. I think ultimately a more limited set of core reportable data fields per transaction could be harmonized across swaps and security-based swaps, and ultimately this leaves regulators with a more robust data set while also allowing for efficiencies in the industry. Those reportable fields should also be harmonized along with international standards, things like the CPMI IOSCO critical elements lists, to help at least drive consistency across various jurisdictions. And then I think finally, from a industry standpoint, we think we'd benefit from greater consistency across the broader range of security-based swaps and swap regimes as it relates to Title 7 of Dodd-Frank. Includes things like chief compliance reports, CEFs, cross-border regimes, all of which at times feel like there's little justification for having multiple regimes to be different. And then when we think about, I think, product access, and Snali touched a little bit on this, the lack of harmonization has created some impediments for certain investors, particularly those U.S. persons assessing or accessing international markets across foreign security-based swaps, narrow equity indices, as well as deliverable bond futures. So we think some of these can be mitigated by further harmonization.
Yeah. Collecting all those data fields, it's a nightmare. I mean, I used to sit with the staff and they would go through, well, we at the CFTC have 132 that we want. The SEC has 148. And of course, the overseas regulators want 227. And none of them line up. You could put them up against the mirror and none of them would line up. And it just strikes me that this is an incredible opportunity for blockchain-based. Right? We have this post-trade reporting regime, which is so complicated. once we have transactions on a blockchain, we should be able to have regulators as nodes on the blockchain monitoring transactions in real time rather than have to rely on this whole post-trade reporting regime. Is that something that any of your institutions are looking into, that opportunity? Yeah.
Indeed, I think the industry is solving a lot of data problems using the blockchain. To those in the audience that are familiar with the way DeFi trades and the way smart contracts are constructed, you really have to have an off-chain conduit through which the data arrives into the smart contract. Smart contract doesn't know whether the Bears won or whether the Fed cut or anything else that happens in the real world. Oracles that are effectively, in a lot of cases, competitors that are contributing data from their own sources can be aggregated into these data channels. The Commerce Department just announced that it had selected Pith and others to release economic statistics of the government. We're using real-time data from Oracle's to feed our trading models today. So this is an area that I think is absolutely wide open for further development.
Yeah, a lot of our questions are about issues of the past and how the lack of coordination affects our markets today. But ultimately, I'd like to see a mechanism for the CFTC and the SEC to work together to start thinking about the issue sets of the future. We're going to increasingly see whole asset classes on blockchains. And now's the time for the two agencies to start thinking about how they can act in a coordinated fashion rather than as that world already starts to develop and then they come at it with different points of view.
Chris, if I could, I want to go back to the 24/7 conversation just for a moment. And I know that Terry and others brought it up on the last panel. And the conversation reminds me of a very vivid meeting that I had when I was working at JP Morgan. And it was just after the announcement of commodity position limits on commodity exchanges. And we had the then head of the Agricultural Committee, Blanche Lincoln, come into our offices. Similar outreach where government was trying to work with the private sector to understand impacts of things. And we had our head of the commodity business there. And he started the meeting by saying, as soon as the idea was announced, not the implementation of exchange caps, he was immediately on a plane. He brought the pitch decks with him, saying that, and as I recall, at least, the idea of position limits for commodity contracts on exchanges, there was some concern that sovereign wealth funds and governments were amassing too large of a position, along with counterparty concentration risk. There was this concern that the U.S. markets were being accessed.
The phrase was excessive speculation.
Excessive.
As if there's some area from speculation to excessive.
Speculators. Anyhow, the first 5 presentations that he had were a sovereign wealth fund buying grain silos in Minneapolis and selling 10,000 hectares of farmland in South Dakota, and on down the list of, okay, well, if we can't access these markets through the transparent, well-regulated, very clear, efficient exchanges, we're still going to get the exposure. We're just going to do it in a way that is outside the purview of the way market structure works. And I think with 24/7, I think Terry mentioned that if he knew a farmer or something like that would be angry if you could see the risk that actually happened on the weekend. I've got news for Terry and the farmer. Like, the risk is happening on the weekend. Just because we can't see the prices does not mean the risk isn't there. And the markets are filling that vacuum, whether it's Hyperliquid or other DeFi platforms. We've been trading 24/7 for over a decade. We started to trade listed futures 24/7 this year. This is happening very quickly. And I think the urgency we need as an industry, and I hope as regulators, to bring that into the open in the US and create the framework for that to happen is really essential.
Anybody want to jump on that? Because I think it's an excellent point. I see a lot of nodding heads. So
I'd love to say that I definitely agree with that. I think this is a no-brainer for us to do. If everywhere else in the world can do it, why shouldn't we be able to do it in the United States? That risk exists. There's a market for it. If there's not a market for it, let the people decide what they want to trade, what they want to have speculation in, what they want to hedge with. I do think that there's important industries in our country that may not be suitable for this. I think Terry maybe mentioned some of these. Perhaps those could be looked at whether those are excluded or prohibited initially. But I think as a whole, all contracts that are at least being cash settled should definitely be able to have markets 24/7. The crypto markets function perfectly in this way. The FX markets function perfectly in this way. I think having this available is a no-brainer for us to do.
Yeah, I mean, we've been participating in 24/7 markets, the crypto side of our business for a number of years. We obviously do 24/7 now with prediction markets. I would actually make the argument futures has been 23/6.5 for a very long period of time on the Sunday open, along with spot FX. But even now, if you look at what's happened on the equity 24/5 world, it's an incredible amount of participation is in the market. I actually think, to your point, Nick, it actually allows you to do a better job of managing your risk. When the news comes out, you can actually go and take advantage of it by hedging your portfolio or putting a risk on position. And I really do think that the sooner we move toward it, systems can handle it today. People can handle the overnight stuff. We staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. If you call or reach out to someone on Christmas, guess what? You're going to get a response. That happens today. So I think what we really have to do is move forward with this idea of how can we take the existing legacy technology builds, enhance them to support, and then have the right oversight and reporting to be able to put it out there. Because I think to your point, Nick, and to yours, Dave, it's happening anyway. It's just getting pushed overseas. And I don't think we want to see that happen or continue to happen.
Is it some of it being pushed to prediction markets?
Oh, definitely. I think that's where it's going. I think prediction markets are, I mean, I've been saying this for the last 12 months. It's the beginning of their journey, or they're actually all called revolution, because now you're able to, down to $1, hedge your risk on certain types of outcomes. So at some point, it's going to continue to move that way. And I think we want to get all those other marketplaces up so they can run simultaneously. So you as a user have a choice of where do you want to actually put your money or put your risk into to protect your portfolio.
So not only Nick and JB are talking about going immediately to 24/7. Does that give you, does that get the hair on your neck stand up in terms of concern?
It just goes back to my point. I think we're supportive of all innovation. It goes back to sequencing and investor protection and ensuring that we have the right safeguards. The markets today that are 24/7 or 24/5 may have different characteristics. Again, like the futures market, crypto is more macro, right? A lot of the leverage, it's just very different leverage. The leverage either sits outside of traditional financing or in the clearinghouse, right? So we just need, I think, the rest of the ecosystem before you move the market en masse to line up. Going back to that analogy of a car on the road, you want to make sure that the rest of the road can also operate safely and that we don't have unintended consequence.
Yeah, I was just going to say too, to me, it's not only about 24/7, it's also about when you're settling that trade. And so is it 24/7 with immediate settlement? I mean, that's why we're focused a lot on the blockchain and, bringing that to different assets is not only being able to trade 24/7, but then immediately settling that, which I think, if we're speaking about the end customer and benefits to the end customer, being able to complete that transaction, have it be completed in a transparent way, relatively low cost, really could bring the power to the ultimate investor.
Any other thoughts on this topic?
Just one last thought I'll add on the settlement piece. I think stablecoins are often looked to as the primary solution set for settling in off hours if the Fed wires down. They should be an effective tool in the toolbox. I completely agree with Jeff Sprecher from the prior panel that it's a weird asymmetry if you have to haircut treasuries, but people are dealing with stablecoins as though they're 100 cents on the dollar cash. One of those is wrong. But I want to add that, Brad's firm has done a lot of pioneer work in this area. The ability to move actual US dollars, fiat transfer of US dollars outside of Fed hours exists today and is used fluidly in 24/7 markets already, so long as the two participants have an account at the same financial institution. Subledger movement is a 24-hour capability that is out of the box, ready. We use it every weekend. And I think that as we get more of a regulatory wrapper around risk-taking settlements, possible liquidations, that should be an important pillar in the conversation.
Yeah, I'd just add to Dave's point about the comment around regulatory wrapper, and that I think ties with Sonaya's, your point around the sequencing and making sure that the ecosystem is set up in a manner to continue to support, more extended trading, and whether that's some of the clearing and settlements, whether that's the central bank facilities, which are important, I think, for managing risk. All of that we think is important, along with the cash and derivative interplay, and making sure that harmonization is there for that as well.
So to pick up on the word harmonization, since that's been what the focus has been, but to delve into that a bit more, particularly as we wind down in a bit here, the day, harmonization can mean a lot of different stuff. And implicit, I think, in the discussions have been different meanings of harmonization. And I haven't tried to catalog every single possibility, but it can be substantive rulebook harmonization. It could be about process. It can be about some other forms of coordination. It can be just getting folks together at events like this so that they get to know each other and they know who to call and they know who to talk to, those sorts of things. You can imagine things along those lines and much more. You can imagine what the prospects are for a technology that hasn't been discussed as much today as blockchain, that is AI, and what it may be able to do just as regulators take greater advantage, and what that might mean just generally in terms of the regulatory approach across any particular regulator's mission, but then how that can be, I'll use the word I'm asking about, harmonized across different agencies, in this case, SEC, CFTC. We can go on and on and on. So Brad, starting with you, working our way back, but certainly encourage active dialogue. You don't have to wait for us to get to you, but we will proceed if folks aren't jumping in. When you think about harmonization and the different forms it could take, right? I often think in conversations like this, all right, if I were back in my former seat, even if I wanted to do something, the question was always, so exactly how do I do it? How do I do whatever it is that I may be inclined to want to do from a regulatory perspective? So in terms of actually taking harmonization from a concept or by implication and thinking about it more concretely, what are some practical things that you, starting Brad with you and work our way through the panel, would recommend, if not that the regulators do, but at least that they consider doing, that you think would in a very tangible way help advance harmonization as an objective to meet the broader objectives that really have been a discussion more substantively of the entire day.
Thanks, Troy. So I think a few points on that. I think first, looking back in the existing harmonization of rules in place, certainly I'm sure there's some type of AI impact that could yield some results, but then also looking forward, and certainly the panels before this, as well as this, around innovation and technology and what's to come, because a concrete potential first step, and we've talked about a number of areas that we think there are opportunities to harmonize, trade reporting, cross margining, discussions around 24/7. But even just getting more of these forums and folks in the room to actually have these discussions. And, I think we would be, we would be supportive of the prior CFTC, SEC joint advisory committee that was formed in 2010 that got participants together. There's only a handful of meetings before that was ultimately done away with. And then as an active member of the CFTC's Global Markets Advisory Committee, I think we did a number of important efforts that really looked at things within the CFTC's purview, that brought together market participants, that made recommendations that actually ultimately got their way to the CFTC, that hopefully help market resiliency, liquidity, et cetera. So I think getting folks in the room to start is a good thing, and in a more formal way, we can come out of this with recommendations, et cetera.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I look back again to my time on FIMSAC and what a wonderful experience that was, a lot of work, but a wonderful experience of public-private collaboration. We put a lot of ideas on the table. We got some of them through, some of them are hotly debated. We got portfolio trading flags. We did aggregating treasury reporting. We started to tackle some of the topics like Adina mentioned about platforms and harmonizing platform rules. I think the more that the agencies can lean into formalizing it, not only a joint task force around all of these conversations, but then continue to invite the private sector, and as you've graciously done today, I think that's a formidable, powerful way. If that could get formalized over time in perpetuity, that'd be fantastic. And I think importantly, you know, this SEC and CFTC are not just domestic regulators. You really set the tone for the global discussions through IOSCO, through other forums. And so I would really recommend going back to a punch list. We've heard a lot of really interesting things. We've come back to a lot of the same themes today, whether that's 24/7 trading, whether that's definitions for blockchain so that we can, you know, move forward as an industry to properly scale. Blockchain is an area I do think there's a ton of promise, but in order to scale from, you know, what's more R&D right now to really implementing this into the market, we need a lot more clarity on definitions, on investor protection, on record keeping, et cetera. So making a punch list of these are the topics that we need to get through, coming back then to this is the sequence in which it might be helpful to tackle it, then bringing in the private sector to say, hey, let's debate this punch list and the topics here and come up with recommendations that then can be put forth before the agencies. I think that would be extremely powerful, and I really commend the CFTC and the SEC for working together on this. So pleasure to be a part of it.
Shelley, Craig Donahue, I think if I can paraphrase what he said before, he said that self-certification at the CFTC is too easy and too fast, and at the SEC it's too hard and too long. Do you think on that punch list could be maybe some harmonization between those two processes, and should there be harmonization between those processes?
Yes, I think at minimum discussion, collaboration, and understanding for why there are differences. Like this has been, again, a common theme throughout the day. So yes, we have seen through the years on some of these things, we moved too fast in a few things. It causes issues. We didn't move fast enough, things move offshore. We need to strike the right balance. We all know that. So I think the more you can put these things down on a piece of paper, to have thoughtful debate like we've had here today, wonderful collaborative discussion, I think it will yield great results.
I think there is some low-hanging fruit. I can think of one off the top of my head. There are definitions that regulate substantially the same behavior that there's daylight between the agencies. The one I can think of is when you are transacting in either securities-based swaps or swaps, you have to make the determination, am I onshore and therefore under the purview of the SEC or the CFTC, or am I not a US person in this transaction and it is happening somewhere else? And see if I get this right. The principal place of business nexus, like where's the center of gravity of the institution, is the test for the CFTC. And the SEC contemplates the A&E model of where was it arranged, negotiated, and executed, which are kind of close, but not exactly the same. So I think I don't know if you can use, I wouldn't trust using AI for this task exactly, but you could imagine just lining up where do we have commonality of definitions, and let's just pick one or find a third one that's better than either or something like that, but make them the same.
Well, one of the things that I used to have this conversation with Clayton, there's the CFTC's perspective on that, on any given issue, but let's take US person. There's the SEC, but then there's the market's perspective, right? And do we really want the market to be choosing one or the other? Sometimes maybe government has to yield to what's in the best interest of the market as opposed to what maybe that one agency thinks is and so I think that's the hard issue. It goes to the point that Terry Duffy made about we need to think about the patient.
Yeah. I think all those things, they're in at least the way I think of it, in the good housekeeping. You can make everything a little bit more efficient. I'm not sure they're giant needle movers. I think the giant needle mover is, would the mandates of either commission allow for true substitute compliance, so that if you met the spirit of, take a swap dealer and a broker dealer, Do you have to be different registrations? Is there, talked about the super app, is there a super entity out of which you could do multiple things? If you thought of the pie chart of folks at Jump and how we spend our day, we love trading, we love designing systems to trade, we love doing research, but we end up with a pretty big slice of the pie thinking about, okay, which legal entity can I express this risk out of? And then which banks and prime brokers must I meet with to stitch back together the regulatory structure of the U.S. into a single risk offset? That is the huge opportunity for harmonization, in my opinion.
So I think there's a couple of interesting opportunities here. And I think the first one comes down to being is how do you get the incumbents in the markets willing to move into change? And how do you have the new entrants who are coming into the markets be able to slow down as they're trying to affect change? And to me, I think this comes down to being—
Good luck with the latter one.
No, I know. Well, I'm one of them, so I get it. But I think part of it actually comes down to being is it's almost by it's a carrot and a stick. Do you pick a time by which we want to get to something, i.e. 24/7 trading, or to utilizing the blockchain? Well, how do you get to that point? But if there's never an actual time to which you have to do something, what do you end up doing? You just let it continue on in the status quo. So I think part of what we have to do is look and say to ourselves, what are those key areas that we really want to move toward that we're seeing happen globally? And find a way to put a timeline to say, let's go build and let's move forward and let those that are innovating perhaps lead the way, and those that are maybe more traditional come along the way at a slightly slower pace, still with equal opportunity and equal footing that's out there. And then vice versa along the way. But I really think if you just kind of go down, I think, to the punch list comment and to different areas, I mean, there are so many different areas that we can improve experiences for end clients and for our overall compliance group that's out there. I mean, whether you're looking at it from a product by product basis, whether you're looking at it from an operational standpoint, whether you're looking at it from AML, KYC, all of these have slightly different nuances that have impacts for us downstream. And so I go back to one of the first things I think went really, really well, which was cybersecurity. It was that the biggest concern we had out there. We're like, oh my God, what do we do about cybersecurity? Somehow both sides kind of got to the middle where we could figure out and say, you know, we probably need to have certain protocols and oversight and reporting that makes sense if you are combined as a broker dealer, as an FCM, as a swap dealer, et cetera. I think we need to get to that same spot, but I think we also have to push ourselves to say, let's do it in a time frame that makes sense. Because I'm going to tell you, I do this internationally for a living as well. Everywhere else internationally is moving forward. And if we are slow to react, then we'll be left behind. And then the question ends up being is how do you bring that product and those trading capabilities back on shore? It's really, really hard to once it's gone.
JB, are you suggesting that harmonization is not just needed between the CFTC and the SEC, but maybe with overseas regulators as well?
100%. And I sit with the regulators who will ask me, well, what are you doing with it in regards to the SEC, or what are you doing in regards to the CFTC, or how does this work? Because they want to know, because they look at someone like myself, you know, look, we've got over 26 million individual accounts. Previous place I worked with has over 34 million. So 50 million plus people I've had to interact with. They're all different rules of what they want to know. How do I make it easy and simple for these people to be able to understand the risk that's out there? So why don't we take a way to bring the U.S., make it the leader like it is in the markets, but then also do that from a regulatory standpoint by going overseas and bringing those same good practices over here.
Nick, you operate globally. Is international regulatory coordination really a possibility?
Well, I don't know if it's a possibility, but I agree with JV that it would be very ideal, is the right way to say that. You know, I think when we look at the U.S. kind of to take digital assets, for example, there's a big attack on the industry, you know, a few years back that has subsided. Other countries now are going to take their turn. And it's like, why can some asset classes be traded in one country and not the other? Yet people can freely travel, yet we can import and export goods and services from other places. I mean, many of the people that probably work at Robinhood and Crypto.com and Bank of America, they're from all over the world, right? They're helping benefit a global company. So I think that global standards is critical. I do want to go back to a few points, though, with the harmonization. So now you mentioned the self-certification process, I think, between the CFTC, which is your 48-hour window, of course, and then your securities one, which is a bit longer, let's call it. I think the reason why those do differ, and maybe it makes sense, is because these are different agencies dealing in different asset classes. One is centered on investor protection. The other one is centered on facilitating speculation and hedging. that goes in for pure price discovery. And I think if you remove or at least increase the self-certification process on the commodities aspect, what you're doing is you're actually removing from the market the ability to have a contract listed and get distributed in a timely fashion, which is pertinent for commodities that are fungible, but I'd say dangerous potentially when it comes to securities that have investors that are associated with it. So I do think keeping that self-certification process that the CFTC has worked and is very vital. Now, should securities go that way, I'll leave that up to others to kind of discuss and see if there's maybe a more efficient path. But there's also, when it comes to other harmonization, Troy, you mentioned AI being used, and I actually don't view AI as maybe helping with harmonization, but it's an inevitability that's going to be upon us here. It's starting right now. There's very minimal adoption, quote unquote, for like real world use besides researching, writing papers, creation. 6 months from today, you will see a drastic change. And the only way that these AI agents are going to interact is going to be through the blockchain with a decentralized, immutable ledger that's in place. And the United States needs to understand that this AI curve that's happening right now is going to go exponential. And if we don't have it solidified for how blockchain functions and how financial services can function, which is like the bedrock of how the United States became the leader that it is today, then we are going to also put ourselves in a bad situation for when AI comes up and rises up. Other countries will pursue this as well. The United States needs to remain at the forefront. And so I think of it when I think of blockchain, it's not just crypto assets and being able to trade the fungible tokens, but it's also the tokenization of securities, of deposits, of stable coins that come out, potentially of derivative contracts, and being able to use those in a way that can become interacted with when we're all using AI agents in 2 or 3 years from today. It'll become ubiquitous, and I think it's very important. Lastly,
Can I just pick up on that one point?
Yeah.
How long before I can just go onto my mobile device and say, make a market on say Polymarket, for example, in whether this panel is going to end at 540 or not, and the market will be created and everybody in the room can bet on it.
Let's use Crypto.com's prediction market.
Okay, I'm sorry, Crypto.com.
On Crypto.com's, I think it'll come sooner than later. I think that being able to use an AI agent needs to be able to work within a regulatory framework. So, perhaps a contract of if this is going to end in 5 minutes, everybody wants that to happen, but we'll see if that's able. I think that you'll be able to do that coming next year.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, as we focus on the end investor experience, and Nick, you were, I think, getting there when you were focusing on, the investor wants to hold an asset, it wants to move the asset to maybe one blockchain or another blockchain, it wants to change assets from stablecoin to tokenized money market fund to tokenized gold. How do they do that? I think one word that we hear continually coming up and that we really lean into is interoperability. So when we see the world in the future changing, it's interoperating among those different either systems or wallets or assets. And really the only way to be able to seamlessly do that is through regulatory coordination. Because if you're moving among regulatory regimes, different assets, different underlying technologies, the only way to really achieve that hope is through regulatory coordination, whether it's on the definitions, technology neutral, principle based. That's, I think, what we're ultimately hoping to see, as we move forward.
Ryan, I totally agree with that. I think that that's where perhaps an innovation exemption can come into place. This is a place where the SEC and the CFTC can say, okay, here's a defined parameter from licensees that are already overseeing that you have, insight into, that you have reporting obligations of their core business, that we're not just some fly-by-night actor coming out to market, with a team of one that's untested technology, come out and say, okay, we want to operate in this area. We think that there's possibility for the future to be found here. Let us do this on some sort of pilot contained limitation set of rules that are in place, perhaps restricted by jurisdiction or other type of suitability measures that go into it, but at least make it be able to happen, because this is how we stay at the forefront. And I think as we see AI converge with blockchain, converge with financial services, all of our lives will look very different 5 years from today, just like lives started to change back in the .com era. Now, there's going to be winners and losers. The incumbents, of course, will be very well positioned to take the lead early on. But I think competition's what's been bred about America and something we should continue to foster.
Yeah, and I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, if I think specifically at the SEC, I mean, that's how innovations occurred. I mean, we're, bread and butter, Wisdom Tree's ETFs. I mean, the ETFs were a concept evolving from the exemptive relief. Can we even, innovate there through the technology exemption? I think is important as we move forward.
Chris, just quickly picking up on your cross-border point, it wasn't until a few weeks ago that US-based investors were able to access JSCC for clearing Japanese yen interest rate swaps, even though we've had a clearing mandate in that product for well over a decade. And today, a US-based broker-dealer can't clear European government bond repo at LCHSA. So certainly important issues that still need to be solved for global markets in that regard. Quickly, I just wanted to reflect on one thing from the last panel. I think, calling some of the greatest innovators in American finance old guard or legacy juggernauts is just silly. So I think we should move past that. And at the same time, entrepreneurs and new entrants are the hallmark of a dynamic and competitive market. So we should celebrate that and encourage it. I think it's quite clear that new technologies, be that blockchain, tokenization, smart contracts, et cetera, they have the potential to enhance market functioning, whether that's with respect to enhancements to clearing and settlement efficiency, collateral mobility, facilitating the ability to trade, clear and margin around the clock, et cetera. But I think as noted, any innovation exemption should really be both targeted and it should deliver really real value for investors, issuers, and hedgers. And we need to make sure it's not a regulatory arbitrage play that empowers a select group of intermediaries to extract rents from the market. So I think the point I'd like to also close on is I think the process around this is all quite important. So I think it's great that we're having this discussion in an open and transparent fashion today. I think, we don't want red tape to get in the way of opening up greater opportunities, but we still need to do things through a transparent rulemaking process and, have everything rooted in sound economic analysis.
Thanks, David. I think that's some great perspective. I think over the decades, we see these phases of market development where we have old guards and we have new entrants into the field. They're always challenging one another. I think that's healthy for markets. I think what perhaps makes our current environment unique, however, is new technologies that we haven't seen the likes of before. Distributed ledger technology is more than just funky new asset class. It truly is a new architecture of finance that does cause us to reconsider some of the structures we built, the intermediated structure of our markets, issues like self-certification, issues like principle-based, rules-based, the structures in which we've built the financial markets. So I think it is an exciting time, and I really want to add my own personal commendation to the leadership of the SEC and the CFTC and the support they're receiving from the administration for the collaboration between the two agencies. I must say, in any era, collaboration is a good, and in this era, I think it's a must. And I hope that perhaps some of the comments that you've heard today and on the other panels lead to us taking this initiative and taking it forward so it becomes part of the daily practice of the two agencies. So I want to add my thanks to all of you for this, and I want to then ask Troy to give some closing remarks.
I'm just going to say thank you for the opportunity personally, and it's been great to moderate alongside Chris, and certainly welcomed all of the perspectives and comments, not only in this panel, but throughout the day. So I'll leave it at that because I know we still have the opportunity here from Commissioner Peirce.
And I would just add, Chris, unfortunately for you, Terry Duffy got you long 540 close by way of a Kalshi. So
We paid through the nose.
yes, so you're sweating that now. So thank you, panelists. Thank you, Troy and Chris. Very much excellent panel. We have saved the best for last. Commissioner Peirce is going to join us to take us home with some closing remarks.
Thank you to all of you who were in the audience, either here in person or virtually. And I think that this has been a fascinating discussion. Thanks to our wonderful moderators. Thank you to Chris, Jill, Jamie, and Troy. You did a great job. And thanks to the wonderful panelists on all three panels. We welcome vigorous competition from old guard and new guard. But we're going to try to keep the regulatory playing field level, the barriers low, and then we are not going to put our thumb on the scale in favor of one or the other. I do want to thank the chairman of both agencies, Chairman Atkins and Chairman Pham. Thank you for doing this. I think it was an excellent day, and very impressed at how quickly this all came together as well. And so thank you to everyone who made that possible, including staff in the Division of Trading and Markets and on the Crypto Task Force. In the wake of the Auburn-Oklahoma game, in which the Southeastern Conference, aka SEC, referees failed to call a penalty on an Oklahoma player's unsportsmanlike conduct, an angry Auburn fan left multiple profanity-laced messages on my office voicemail. Had I answered the phone, I would have redirected his call to the proper agency. For sports-related complaints, please call the CFTC. Drunk sports fans, though, are not the only ones who have trouble discerning which agency to call to resolve a problem. Even sober and seasoned market participants, as you've heard today, sometimes find it challenging to discern whether the SEC or CFTC is the right agency to address their issue. Blurry jurisdictional lines, petulant agency tribalism, and sometimes aggressive agency power grabs have fostered uncertainty-fueled regulatory arbitrage and impeded the efficient functioning of the markets. I'm pleased, therefore, to be here today to close out what I think was a pretty lively roundtable on SEC, as these things go, on SEC CFTC harmonization. As the panel discussions illustrated, the two agencies always have had many reasons to work together. The markets we regulate are deeply interconnected and complementary and share many common market participants. The two agencies also share a common goal of fostering a thriving, competing financial system upon which a prosperous economy can serve the nation's needs. The risk-taking and risk offloading markets that our agencies regulate are essential to economic growth. The American people deserve and expect good cooperation between the SEC and CFTC. We've not, unfortunately, always lived up to those expectations, but I think today's roundtable evidences a renewed effort to work together and to learn from one another. Good process, which I think we've heard today, we've heard both procedural recommendations and substantive recommendations, which I've appreciated. And I think good process really is key to ensuring close cooperation. Problems arise, for example, when the agencies do not talk about a new product coming to market that lies close to the jurisdictional boundary, do not share experiences with similar rules. As I experienced directly when I worked with then CFTC Commissioner Brian Quintenz on Dodd-Frank Title VII implementation, sitting down and working through issues together is the most effective way to get the regulation right. And Chris was in those conversations as well, and I think it was because Chris and Jay decided that the two agencies would work together that we did. Those conversations were not always easy, but they were very important. The SEC was able to harmonize many of its security-based swap rules with the CFTC's already operational rules under Title VII. The Title VII cooperation formed the basis then for further joint work. In 2020, the two commissions even held a joint commission open meeting to adopt a rule on security futures margin and solicit comment on portfolio margining of uncleared swaps and non-cleared security-based swaps. The administration's efforts to develop a clear regulatory framework for crypto, this really marks a wonderful opportunity for our two agencies to commence a new era of working together. Whether under current statutes or under a new crypto market structure bill, both the CFTC and the SEC will have a role to play in regulating crypto. A new set of assets, intermediaries, and technologies demands our joint attention. We need to work together to ensure that investors are protected and that issuers of crypto assets, issuers of investment products composed of crypto assets, advisors, brokers, and trading venues know what regulatory framework applies to their activities. We should avoid duplicative regulation. For example, if an SEC-regulated exchange or ATS or broker-dealer wants to offer customers the ability to trade a digital commodity against a security, regulation by the CFTC and NFA really doesn't add anything to that. Our two agencies should coordinate to develop appropriately conditioned exemptions. Crypto issues are not the only ones, and I think we've heard a lot today on non-crypto issues, so they're not the only ones on which cooperation is essential. We should pick up the thread from 5 years ago and work on portfolio margining issues so that market participants can net offsetting positions when appropriate. We also should revisit the swap and security-based swap reporting rules now that we've had years of experience with them, and perhaps some of the other swap and security-based swap rules, and see if further harmonization would be beneficial or changes would be beneficial to either or both agencies' rules. Recently, the agencies extended the compliance date for Form PF. The SEC and CFTC, along with other financial regulators, are working on implementing the Financial Data Transparency Act. And so in all of these areas, we can work together to try to get to a better place. I think Form PF collects a lot of data we don't need. We should work together to figure out what data we actually need. With the FDTA, we can draw on our experiences with structured data and try to understand how we can get to a better place, to get to a good place with FDTA. Facilitation of new products is another area that deserves our attention. I think you heard a lot about that today. To avoid circumstances that we've seen in the past due to lack of coordination between the SEC and CFTC and the product sponsor. In one instance, relatively recently, trading in a new product was halted after it had commenced. Routine meetings and coordination between the two agencies' staff also are key to working through difficult issues such as 24-hour markets and decentralized finance. We should recommit ourselves to sharing information about the markets and the entities that we jointly oversee and conduct joint tabletop exercises to prepare for firm failures and other market events. We should cooperate in writing and implementing and monitoring the effectiveness of our rules. Coordination on enforcement matters is also important. Me Too enforcement cases are both a waste of scarce enforcement resources and potentially are disproportionate to the underlying misconduct. SEC referees have little time to make their calls on game day. We, the other SEC, has longer to make our regulatory calls. And we also have the advantage of being able to make those calls in collaboration with our regulatory colleague, the CFTC. I look forward to many such consultations in the years to come. Good regulatory calls also require close coordination and with the public, and today's roundtable is one indication of how important that can be. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
So thank you, Commissioner Peirce, and thank you all for spending your valuable time with us. Again, all ideas welcome. Harmonization at sec.gov. Thank you again. This concludes the roundtable. Please stay tuned for important developments on this front. Thank you.